Okay, notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on February 11th, 2022. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss 3 topics. The first, Power with Purpose, a solar update. The second, Powering the Future to 2050 update. And the third, the appointment of a Vice President of Customer Service and Compensation Approval. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:50 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:02 a.m. to discuss 3 topics: Power with Purpose, solar update, Powering the Future to 2050 update, and the appointment of a Vice President, Customer Service and Compensation Approval. With respect to the Power with Purpose Generation Resource Project solar update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. The update also may involve discussion of legal matters, including contract negotiation matters that are protected by the attorney-client privilege. With respect to the Powering the Future to 2050 update, the discussion of OPPD strategic future business planning issues over the next 30 years, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive information related to district assets and critical infrastructure and potential business strategy that would create a competitive disadvantage to the district if known by its business competitors or used in the energy marketplace. The discussion also is preliminary, and any strategic plans or initiatives that are proposed by the board or management for adoption or approval will be presented and discussed in future public meetings. And finally, with respect to the appointment of a Vice President, Customer Service and Compensation Approval, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitive and confidential compensation and retention information. A closed session discussion is necessary to prevent needless injury to the individual's reputation, and the individual has not requested a public meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding 3 topics: Power with Purpose, solar update, Powering the Future to 2050 update, and the appointment of a Vice President for Customer Service and Compensation Approval. No votes or other action will be taken. So at this time, any public attendees will be removed from the WebEx event, and we will stop the WebEx event recording. All right, I have 10 a.m. Hopefully I have my board back from the break. All right, let's see. We need a motion and second to reconvene an open session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Ms. Henners?
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yeah. Yes.
Howard, Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Director Williams. Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. Director Yoder and Director Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The motion to come out of closed session at 10:01 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion regarding 3 topics: Power with Purpose Solar Update, Powering the Future to 2050 Update, and the appointment of a Vice President for Customer Service and the compensation approval. No votes or other actions were taken during the closed session. Earlier, before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committees meeting. We will take public comments at the board meeting on Thursday, February 17th. With the prevalence of COVID-19 in our area, the board meeting will be conducted remotely via WebEx events and will begin at 5 p.m. The public may attend remotely via WebEx events by going to oppd.com, or they may come to the Omaha Douglas Civic Center to view the WebEx. We want to encourage everyone to wear a mask and get vaccinated. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members: Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Janice Mulhoff, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. We also have President and CEO Javier Fernandez, our General Counsel Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, members of our executive leadership team, and OPPD staff. Additionally, we currently have, let's see, how many attendees? I do not have a number. 14 attendees in the meeting, consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. We conducted a closed session earlier to discuss 3 topics: Power with Purpose Solar Update, Powering the Future 2050 Update, and the appointment of a Vice President for Customer Service and the compensation approval. Today, we will hear the following committee reports. Director Moody will provide governance. Director Yoder will provide the finance report. Director Williams will provide the systems management and nuclear oversight report, and Director Mulhoff will provide the public information report. At this time, I'd like to invite Javier Fernandez to give the safety briefing. Javier?
Certainly, thank you, Director Bogner. As you can see on your screen, there are lots of text in here, but I'm going to start with the left side of the screen. Physical safety reminders. Safety is at the heart of everything we do at OPPD. So we would ask you, especially for all of us who are in this virtual environment, if you're not feeling well or you have a medical condition that may escalate, please inform your supervisor if you're an OPPD employee or a coworker, or in this case, in this virtual environment, make sure that someone on the call has a way to help you. Again, observing privacy, that's important. Make sure that someone on the call has a cell phone number of a loved one who's at home with you, or an address where they can help you. These pandemic and these remote type of meetings just put a slightly different set of circumstances when it comes to safety and assisting you if you need assistance. Also, I would like for you to ensure that your meeting area is free of trip or slip hazards, that you know that you have already either mentally or physically walked through what would be your exit route if you have to exit your building. Cords, toys, and boxes can get in the way and can make you trip. So I would ask you to pay attention to that. Take a moment to identify the nearest AED if you're in a public building, first aid kit, fire extinguishers, the exits, your regular exits, and in case of emergency, make sure that you already know what would you do in case of emergency. Use stairwells if you're in a building that has stairwells and elevators. Please use the stairwells in case of a fire. Don't use the elevators. And we don't expect today to have a significant weather, but just know where you would shelter in case of a tornado or severe weather event. I will also remind all of us that even though we have been working, some of us are working from remote locations, the threat for emergency is not out, right? And so if there is an armed or hostile intruder, if you're in an OPPD facility, we would call that a code 32. But this happens everywhere, unfortunately, and we have this risk. So I would ask you to please think. Our mantra is you would run, hide, or fight. I would encourage all of us to figure out where would you run, which direction you would take, where would you hide if you had to hide, and if you had to fight, what would you use to fight? Don't wait until you have the need, because by then it's too late. So I would invite all of us here on the WebEx to try these at one of the breaks if you haven't tried this already. And then on the right side, psychological safety reminders. I'm going to focus on number 3, promoting healthy conflict. Clearly communicate your expectations. Pay attention to your behavior and modify as needed. Use the I statements instead of you statements. Focus on the issue, not the person. Seek understanding, but not necessarily agreement. I think this fosters a good, healthy conflict culture that only makes us all better. The last thing I will say on our safety briefing, it's if we can go to the next slide, Mo, please. Walking, working, and driving in winter conditions. It is still winter, even though, well, the temperatures are pretty cold, but we haven't had a lot of snow. But it is still winter, and with the thaw, freezing back and forth, driving conditions, walking and working could be slippery. So I urge everyone to pay attention to that. Sprains, strains, and tears that could cause tears are important. This is one of the biggest sources of injury for OPPD employees. It's soft tissue injury. So it's not necessarily the big accidents, but it's when you're lifting heavy equipment, when you're lifting boxes. Make sure that you're doing it in the right ergonomic way to do that. And the last one is be intentional with hazard management. Kevin McCormick, our Director of Safety and Technical Training, always reminds us that the best mitigation is when you remove a hazard. Don't wait until you're too close and you have a close call with a hazard, but rather look upstream and identify hazards and try to remove them as much as you can. So with that concludes my lengthy safety briefing.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see, first up, we have the governance chair report. Director Modi.
Thank you, Director Bogner. First, the chair's report. We met last week, February 10th. You see the agenda in front of you. I'm going to hit on a few of these now to provide an update for you. The first one we'll talk about here in a moment. So that's an action item for later today. Number 2, OPPD redistricting is complete. Mr. Bruckner updated us and reported that it has been completed, and we'll be updating our internal systems accordingly. So put a bow on that. We're done until another 10 years and the census occurs, but the work is complete. So thanks to all involved for sticking with that and seeing it through to its completion. Agenda item number 3, OPPD board policy binder. This is really just an update to some of our strategic directives, policies, and GPs and board linkage policies that for the most part, I think the vast majority, if not all of those potential non-substantive revisions came out of our workshop in October. So Mr. Foch is taking the lead on identifying what those are going to be. He'll provide a red line version of that to the governance committee for us to take a look at and affirm that they are in fact not consequential. So that's going to be some next steps that you'll see. Again, we don't need to talk through any of those today necessarily, but that will be an action item for the board to ideally approve them all in mass so that we don't have to break them down one at a time. Hopefully coming in March. Next, board work plan. one of the outcomes that came from the October workshop was for us to refine the process that we're using for managing our work. As you all know, several months, if not more than a year ago, we put together a board work plan. Scott, Amanda, and I got together and had a really good conversation that dug into that board work plan. And Scott brought some ideas for how it could be enhanced. Amanda and I responded and red teamed to some of those, and we kind of worked towards some what I think are going to be some really consequential and important improvements in the way that we manage our work. So the end result will be, and I believe this is probably linked for you board members in the governance book from that meeting, is an improved and refined Excel spreadsheet that we're using to really start to better understand sequencing, resource allocations, and needs. So in other words, it's one thing to raise an item and get it on our board work plan in the parking lot, but before it gets out of the parking lot, we need to ascertain what the resource requirements are of the organization. And so there's going to be a way to sort of flag some of those things. Anyway, the bones are there. It needs to be populated, and we're going to get busy starting to use it to really kind of direct our work going forward. So I'm really excited about the tool, and I think it's going to be a great enhancement to the way in which we've been managing our work going forward. Going on to number 5, pre-committee meetings. This was something that honestly, it goes back several years as far as I'm concerned, trying to find the right balance between what really needs to get discussed in our committee meetings, pre-committee meetings maybe is the better word, and and how does that relate to what we discuss in our all committee meetings, which are these meetings. I think the best example that I would cite would be strategic directive reviews to ensure compliance. Those are oftentimes they've been you get the same presentation committee meeting that you get an all committee meeting, which is not really a valuable use of everyone's time. And so we had a good discussion to perhaps more concretely identify exactly what the intent is in those pre-committee meetings so that we're not duplicating work. Now, to be sure, there are other things that we do in those committee meetings. We discuss and set policy. We get updates on a variety of different things. So more than anything, I think what we want to do is just provide a little bit of focus on this. And at a high level, really what the board is doing in those committee meetings when it comes to those strategic directive reviews in particular is aligning around the recommendation. Those recommendations do come from the committees, and so that committee needs to affirm that they are comfortable with that recommendation. For these reports in particular, we want to ascertain if there are any refinements to the report that are needed before the all committee meeting. So in other words, the expectation is that board members before review the report and come into the committee meeting having a sense for whether or not it's hitting the mark in terms of what they're hoping and expecting to see. And then in the committee meeting, we get into, okay, I have questions about this. I'd like to see clarification, or there's a gap here. I'd like more information. So it's really about refining the report rather than discussing it at length, which is what should happen in our all committee meetings. And then finally, if there are any questions that are not suited to the public domain for confidential information, what have you, those are good. That's a good opportunity there. So again, the intent here is to better utilize everyone's time so that we're not getting the exact same report and full presentation of it in the committee meeting, and then the same thing happen in the all committee meeting. We really want to push those meaningful conversations to ensure that they're happening in the all committee meeting so that the rest of the board can see them as well and benefit from the conversation, and the public can hear and benefit from what the board is discussing and drilling into. Those are the big items, items 2, 3, 4, and 5 that I just summarized. I'll pause just for a moment to see if there are any comments from other governance committee members or questions from anyone who is not on the governance committee? Scrolling for hands. I don't, oh, there's one, maybe. Nope. Okay, looks like we're good. So that there ends the governance chair's report. Let's go on to the next agenda item, please. The appointment of vice president, customer service and compensation approval. Quick tee up, and I'm going to turn over to you, Javier. As everyone knows, our Julie Comstock recently retired from the district, and so we've gone through the process to identify and hire a new vice president for customer service, and naturally the board's job is the compensation approval for that individual. So we're excited today to have Javier fill us in on next steps. Go ahead, Mr. Fernandez.
Great. Thank you, Director Moody. So it is my pleasure to present to you my final candidate for board's consideration on Thursday. This will be a resolution on Thursday for your consideration of Mr. Tim McAravey as our next Vice President of Customer Service. Let me talk a little bit about the process first, and then I'm going to focus on Tim and the background he brings and the reason for my selection. The process was very competitive. We opened up this position for competition for applicants, both external and internal to OPPD. We had over 300 applicants from all over the country apply for this position. And we had to go through a series of filters, right, to make sure that we had the right applicants that met all the qualifications that were needed for the position. It took a while. We got really good, high quality candidates with a lot of experience on customer experience, customer service, some in the utility industry, some outside of the utility industry, and we consider them all. Ultimately, this led us to having interviews with a select group of candidates, and I would say a very diverse group of candidates, both external and internal candidates, gender and industry, very diverse pool of candidates. So we spent quite a bit of time with each one of them on our interviews. I had two of my vice presidents join me on the interview panel. Very competitive process. If I may just talk a little bit about how proud that makes me of OPPD, to know that there are so many people who want to join the team, who want to be serving in this position, and who really are driven by the vision that we have already cast out for what customer service will do at OPPD. It was refreshing to see many individuals present their ideas of where they want to take customer service, and it was really refreshing to see that. Now let me talk about the selection of Tim. Tim McAravey is probably mostly known here at OPPD as the Director of Supply Chain Management. And probably the first question in people's minds is supply chain. Why supply chain into customer service? Well, let me talk about Tim's career prior to OPPD. Tim joined OPPD in 2016. He's been 6 years with the district. Prior to that, he spent 13 years at Cabela's, most recently having served as Vice President of Business and Customer Service. He also served as Vice President of Corporate and Marketing Strategies at Cabela's. Again, 13-year career, all in marketing and customer service at that organization. And prior to that, almost 20 years, 19 years to be precise, with UPS, working on strategic account management and area sales manager. So clearly the bulk of his career has been in sales and customer outreach, marketing. And the past 6 years, he has really invested in learning about OPPD, our processes, logistics, operations. He has a really good reputation in the organization. I am very excited to present his candidacy. I believe that he will be someone in our team that he has a very steady hand, that will help us continue to perform the customer service day in and day out operations, from our meters, meter readers, data that we collect into our customer billing processes, how we bill our customers, how we run our call center, interact with accounts, large accounts. And at the same time, he's someone who's bringing in outside perspective still for us to grow the offerings that we have, to really inject new ideas into the ways in which we want to interact with our customer owners, and not only today but into the future. I'm very, very excited to present his candidacy to the board. I'll talk a little bit about his salary. As you all know, with all vice presidents, the way this works is we conduct surveys across the industry, and we determine ranges. So the range for a vice president of customer service was determined through surveys that Human Capital helps us put together. Then once I have a range, then we decide, and this is through negotiations and evaluation, what percentage of that range we're gonna make an offer. And this is in keeping in line with other recent offers that I have made to other vice presidents who already have vice president experience, who are coming into the organization, similar to what Tim brings with his previous vice president experience. I am proposing to the board that we start his salary at 85% of the midpoint of that range, which is $335,750. This would put him in line again, from an equity perspective, in line with the rest of the new folks that I'm bringing into the executive leadership team. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, any conversation that you may want to have.
Thank you, Javier. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Looking for hands, or just hop in.
I'll hop in and offer my support of this candidate. I think that I'm recalling that in December, when we approved the COP, we talked a lot about the cost-cutting measures that the district underwent. And in his current role as supply chain manager, he definitely had a direct impact on that positively, in the way that he's reorganized the supply chain management processes within OPPD has led to significant savings for our customer owners. And I expect great things out of him leading the customer service department too. And so I'm really excited about this move for him.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Other comments, colleagues? Scanning, not seeing any hands. I'll just quickly chime in to say I've always been impressed with Mr. McAreevy, and so I'm really excited to have him join the executive leadership team. This is by no means meant to diminish the roles of anyone else in the organization, but the customer service work is extraordinarily critical to OPPD. And in particular, if you think about the important role that they've played over the course of the pandemic, helping our customer owners navigate the pandemic, they've done a wonderful job. And so I'm excited to have Tim at the helm to continue that phenomenal work. When we had our discussion a few days ago, one of the things that I mentioned to him was that I view this role, and perhaps this is a bit narrow, but from my standpoint, in some ways, it's important for him and that customer service unit to be the voice of the customer to us as directors. They talk with customers often, and they have a good sense for what their needs, wants, and desires are. And so they, in some ways, are customer advocates and need to help us as board members understand what they're experiencing and feeling. But they also need to be, pivot that around and be helpful and instrumental. They're the ones that engage with the customers when in the good times and the bad times. So it's a really, really important role to be, engaging with our hundreds of thousands of customers. And I'm excited to have Tim at the lead. Okay, not seeing any more hands. I think we'll be good to go. This will be on the board agenda for Thursday. Moving on. Claim settlement in excess of $50,000. Mr. Foch.
Good morning. As the title indicates, I'm here to talk about a claim settlement report. As you know, I need to report settlements of any claims in excess of $50,000. To highlight a few of the facts, on or about May 31st, a water main owned and operated by MUD broke in the intersection of 24th and Vinton Street, resulting in the street collapse. The collapse compromised the district's duct line and manholes, and the district sustained over $300,000 in damages. Nebraska State Statute 84-713 requires a report to the Board of Directors for the settlement of any claim in excess of $50,000. The district reduced its claim total in the amount attributed to the manhole upgrades completed during repairs. The district and MUD reached a settlement in the amount of $167,727.05 without any admission of liability by either party. The parties have entered into a written settlement of claim. Lisa Huff, who is our Director of Legal Operations, a recent promotion. She's always handled insurance and claims, and in addition to that, she'll be handling some other areas as well, is here should there be any particular questions about this reporting item.
Thank you, Scott. Colleagues, any questions? I see a hand raised from Ms. Bogner. Go ahead, Amanda.
All right, so help me. I don't know if I've seen a settlement report out when it's been in OPPD's favor. We've been the receiver of that. So help me understand in this case, if we suffered $300,000 in damages and the payment made to us is 167 and some change, then what, how does OPPD get made whole in this circumstance? Is it an insurance claim that we're also filing on, or something else?
Good question. Lisa?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. So thanks for that wonderful question. We are made whole. And it's not very clear maybe in the facts that we report here, but we do have, when this situation happened, we did take advantage and upgraded that manhole in that area. And so the damages, the total damages of repairs were about $300,000. And we did reduce that back down by the amount we utilized to make those upgrades. So by making us whole, we should have replaced by like, kind, and quality. And here we had the situation where, hey, we have this manhole here, we can go and make these upgrades, but we're not going to make MUD pay for those upgrades that we decided to make. And that's why we reduced it back down to the amount you're seeing here on the claim.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Good question, Director Bogner. Other comments or questions, colleagues? I do not see any hand raises. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
And I believe that concludes the Governance Committee's report.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Director Williams with the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee.
Not what the screen says.
Oh, I
Finance,
am
maybe?
jumping ahead. Never mind, ignore me. I skipped the whole section. Director Yoder, will you please provide the Finance Committee report?
Absolutely. We met on February 4th, as you see here, and I'll jump right to 3 and 4. As Director Moody pointed out, there's an effort to provide good line of sight to what an annual work plan might look like, and we've taken some of the work that was done. Thank you, team, and Ms. Henners on laying a lot of that out, and team CFO Bishop for helping to fill in what the annual work plan is going to look like. The reason I wanted to bring this up first is there's an element there that helped me provide a items for the work plan. As all the board chairs know, we do an annual reporting of our last year's activities based on the committee charters. And so that helped me remember everything that the finance committee is supposed to be doing, and then plan, and then make sure that that's in the plan looking forward. Why that's important now is that in March, the committee will be talking about the role of the finance committee relative to the charter language that says the finance committee is to provide input on the monitoring of SD9. And this was raised in committee, and we said we'll talk about it in March. Tying it, though, a little closer to the current IRP, SD9, the knock on SD9 in past October work sessions and among in discussions, whether you're in systems or in finance or wherever our board discussions may take place, is that the current SD9 is a action-oriented description of what should go into an IRP. So while the SD9 monitoring report is going to happen sometime later, it does raise the issue of, for this IRP that is in front of us and the public for comment, what should the role of the finance committee be relative to the current IRP? So that's something that will color my comments as I make them on the IRP. I just want the rest of the board to be aware that that language is there, and it is will be under discussion in March. And I would invite you to be thoughtful about how the role of the finance committee relative to the planning of resources. And then this makes me think of my 30 years in Cass County and looking at the development of Highway 75. Highway 75 has always been a plan to be a 4-lane highway between Omaha, Bellevue, and Nebraska City. It's in the 30 years I've been there, it's been in fits and starts depending on what finances are available. And so the IRP is kind of a 5-year look, and our COP is a 1-year look at how we finance that long-term vision. And that's what's going through my mind as I think about what we'll be talking about in March. Anyway, it's on the finance work plan. Going back then to SD2 and the rate design review, I think there's good alignment among the members of the finance committee on the 2 elements that are involved in the SD2 rates policy update. I'm thankful for the reminder, I'm not sure where it came from, that this first, as in the revision of the board work plans, and thanks to Mr. Foch and others for putting in some dates on this. The SD2 rates policy update was first identified in October of 2020, and we've been working on it for some time. I think there's good alignment among members of the committee that we will be members of the committee will be focusing on that introductory language. What are our values and objectives for rates? What should rates do? What should they provide? What should they accomplish? What should the impact be? And then leading into the second element here, the rate design review, there's a longer discussion to be had about what principles we use to accomplish those things. How should rates be designed? And now, before I hand it over to Mr. Bishop, I do want to offer the courtesy that Director Moody offered to other members of the board. We are going to talk about this rate design review, but is there any comment or question about what I've said so far? I see the head shaking. Can almost hear it. So very good. I'll turn this over then to the CFO Bishop. I'm very excited about what's being offered here and the investment um, that's outlined here. And so CFO Bishop.
Thank you, Director Yoder. We're excited to review the proposal that we have for a comprehensive rate design review process. Before I jump into that, though, I do want to thank the Finance Committee for their dialogue on this as we're looking to get this first approach out for the board. Again, great comments there. And then also just the support and the direction from Director Yoder. There's been a ton of work behind the scenes to get this across the line from the rates team, public affairs, customer service, legal. They've been working with other public utilities who have done this successfully. So again, the hope is that the product we're bringing to you meets the needs for the organization. I believe it does, but I'm excited to get feedback from the board. Before we jump into it, again, the goal here is, we recognize that we had a need for a comprehensive approach to prioritize our rate principles and rate design to deliver the best outcome for our customers. Why are we doing this? Is a question we should always be asking ourselves. There's been a number of questions that have surfaced regarding individual rate principles, rate design elements, but we didn't really have a full comprehensive plan or path forward, and that became evident. And so with that, the outcome for this is that we should have a robust process that lays out a clear, well-informed plan that delivers, gets consensus across from the board, and then ultimately develops a plan that we can roll out for our customers in terms of rate design. So with that, Mo, if we could move ahead, I will focus us here in terms of looking at the objective, again, getting alignment on rate principles and priorities that will guide the future rate design for the utility. And then with this, we've put together implementation plan, both near-term and long-term, which again should deliver the rate principles through rate design and make sure that we've got a robust process that we can all stand behind. Go to the next slide. What we're proposing here, and again, there's more detail that we'll go into here, but I wanted to tackle it at the highest level. We've really got a two-phased approach. Phase one is really to educate and get prioritization, and this is where it's going to be a large ask of time from the board. We're looking for a 9-month process. There's going to be a focused time for the board, which would be this 3-month process where we'd have a third party that would help to facilitate a comprehensive 3 comprehensive sessions with the board. These would be full day sessions. We would focus on gaining alignment on rate setting principles, cost of service analysis, and rate design, retail rate design. And again, the idea here is to, and we'll go through this in more detail, but really get cohesion and agreement at the board level about what specifically the rate principles, priorities, and rate design would be for our customers. You'll see here in a moment, we'll talk about the outreach process. That would be a 6-month process. We want to make sure that we've got great customer engagement, that we're hearing from the customers based upon the initial plan that we would have out there. We have the ability for customers to come back and provide commentary that might adjust what finally gets implemented. And then phase 2 is really the implementation, where we take the concept, the rate design, and how do we implement those over time into our customer bills. And that would be a 2-year process. Again, focusing on what the rate design is, piloting some of those efforts. We could get a feedback from our customers on how it's impacting them. All of that's part of the implementation. Well, if we can go to the next slide. I wanted to highlight some of the topics that would be covered at a summary level in the 3 sessions. Session 1, we have laid out here, again, trends, what's currently being seen within the electric utility rate setting area. As we talked about just earlier today, there's the rate of change is unbelievable in the utility industry. So trying to make sure that folks are up to speed. The board consistently has a baseline understanding of what trends are changing and what needs to be contemplated as we're looking at rate principles and rate design. One of the pieces that came back very clearly, that was a great comment from customer service, was let's get some customer feedback. Before we jump into this, we would plan to do some customer surveys to get current customer feedback So that information is available for the board members as they enter these planning sessions. And I thought that was a great recommendation from customer service. We'd also plan to go through some of the basics, understanding specifically what are some of the rate setting principles that are in place. Again, we want to make sure everyone has the same baseline knowledge level as we're talking through these topics. And then lastly, we'd be looking at, well, what is OPP doing? You know, as we look at prioritizing the principles or factors that are coming into play, we need to make sure that we're up to speed on what we're doing internally with our own processes. Go to the next slide, please. Phase two, session two is really, again, making sure we've got the same understanding relative to rate setting 101 and cost of service analysis. Pardon me. This would also be the opportunity for us to look at alternatives in both of these spaces. Again, great opportunity if board members have some different ideas. Again, the consultant who we'd be bringing on has an extensive background, has done this for many different utilities, and so they would also have a very extensive background about what could be done relative to rate setting as well as cost of service. And then from there, we'd work to define our rate setting practices and procedures moving forward. So we'd look at, you know, what is the current rates that we have in place at OPPD, compare those against our neighboring utilities. How do our principles that we're trying to land on match up against our current rates? And again, making sure that we've got a good discussion going back and forth across the board members in terms of current rates and looking at the current priorities we've got at the board level. And again, looking at any deficiencies that we need to address relative to that rate, what we have currently within our rates. And then again, looking at different rate designs and trends in rate design. We go to the next slide. This is where we really, this third session is really trying to drive to alignment on rate principles and rate design. So again, looking at our current shortcomings, talking through those areas of concern, you know, what does it look like to be successful at OPPD, and how do we make sure that we've got refinement and we've got a clear expectation and prioritization in terms of our principles moving forward. How does that impact our rate design? And again, putting those together so we have a succinct set of priorities and rate design objectives that we want to deliver upon. You go to the next slide. This highlights the work that would be done again on the education, and as we look to finalize our priorities relative to principles and rate design. I wanted to walk you through what this looks like. So April through June would be the tentative timeframe. We'd be looking to do that 3-session workshop. Again, that's a full day session. So again, a fairly substantial commitment by the board members. And then quite a bit of work, obviously, by the folks that are supporting that. So the rates team, customer service, public affairs, legal, a number of different entities will need to, this would be a top priority if this was the directive that the board wanted us to advance. We then would really have 2 different stakeholder outreach processes, and this is really to take the concepts that are and the priorities that are identified by the board. We want to take those out publicly and get some feedback from our customers before we implement. And so July, we'd conduct an initial stakeholder outreach. We then bring those results back in August. September, get those pieces summarized, see if there's any additional items we want to modify in terms of rate design in October, and we do a final outreach in November. And again, try to come out of that with a final set of rate design principles that we would implement and have that completed in the December timeframe. So that would effectively be the completion of phase 1. As we go on to phase 2, if we can go to the next slide, Mo, please. This is a active timeline here. We've got not only the rate design that I'll walk through here in a moment. What we're trying to also highlight is there's other work processes that will be going on in alignment with this as well. So we've got our strategic planning, we've got our annual COP and rate process that would be in play on the 3rd line item down. And then one item that we thought just to highlight is we'll continue to go down our journey in terms of our technology innovation that will help to provide different tools that will be helpful as we go down the path in terms of time of use, getting AMI in place. Again, some of that information, some of those tools will becoming later down the road, but thought to highlight that just to provide consciousness to it. If I can take us back up to the rate design trajectory, we do a stakeholder outreach, getting feedback in terms of specifically any concerns or elements that our stakeholders have regarding the rate design. So for example, if we go from, let's say, declining to inclining block, do we do 2 or 3 blocks? How do we differentiate between the 2 block structure if that's what we decided to go down? Those would be the stakeholder elements that we'd be seeking to get some feedback on. As part of that, then we would also be doing pilots. So testing that on certain populations to make sure that we better understand specifically the impacts. Are we getting the outcomes that are desired by specifically implementing those rate design efforts? We want to do that through a series of pilots before we just put it out to all of our customers. And so part of that, again, we want to make sure we're getting good feedback. We've got a robust process. And so again, this is a sample timeline of what we would be putting out there. Again, there'd be more detail regarding the individual rate design elements that we would expect to populate, but this is just meant to give you an idea of specifically how we'd approach the implementation and give some better clarity on that as you're contemplating the proposal that we've got in front of you. So with that, open to take any questions, or Director Yoder, any comments from your perspective, items that I might not have covered here that we talked about in the Finance Committee?
I'll defer to the other board members and see where their interests are right now, but as you might guess, I probably do have something to ask when they're done. Anybody else? I'm looking. Oh, I see a hand. Director Williams.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to start at the bottom of the list and kind of work backward chronologically, I guess. We've talked a number of times about technological investments and communication infrastructure that's necessary to enable more advanced rate structures. So I see that technology is listed down there through 2024, and I assume it stretches even beyond that. Will the early phases of the discussion help us to outline a timeline for those types of upgrades, or how are we going to narrow in on what we think is the expected timeline to get to an end state? And as you mentioned, AMI is kind of the technology we're looking toward because of what that allows us to do with all kinds of different and new rate structures. Is that something that we expect to have more clarity on within early phases of the rate design review process that we've got here? Because in the past, that's been discussed as a few years out, but honestly, I don't totally understand how many years that might mean. And some clarity there, I think, is really important as we go into this process.
If I may, Jeff, and maybe you can chime in later on this rate design. AMI is something that we're already working on this. This is part of the Grid Modernization Strategic Initiative. Rates, obviously, it's a very important piece of why we would do AMI, but it's not the only reason. So I see this maybe a little bit the other way around. We are working on all the technology that needs to be installed. We have plans. We have teams that are designing pilots for AMI, etc. That process will continue to move as fast as we can. We need to make sure that we plan it really well. And then as that process continues to, we get clarity on the progress for AMI, then that will inform how fast some of these rate designs can be implemented. Some of the basic structure can start being implemented earlier, but it'll be important to know when will the full functionality of AMI will unlock the potential of for rate design. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that the advanced meter infrastructure is not dependent on, it's not a result of rate design, but rather the other way around.
Javier, I would just echo your comments, and then also, within the 3-month session that we'd be working through with the consultant, I think we'll get a much better appreciation for the amount of change and the extent that will have on our customers and their behaviors that can be implemented without AMI and time of use. Again, there's a lot of changes out there that can be It will not be dependent specifically on AMI. Obviously, we've got that on the roadmap to complete in the future, but just thought to provide a little more color on that.
Thank you for that. Are you complete, Director Williams? Thank you. Director Bogner?
So I really look forward to seeing how this process unfolds. I think it's a natural extension out of like the biannual rate update that we put in place a couple years ago, and it's just it's the next refinement and iteration of what that looks like. With regard to the rate pilot, I don't see this just being a year-long activity. I think it's probably a muscle we're building to then use in the future. But help me understand, is that timeline that's identified here, and I do recognize that this is a conceptual diagram, but is that timeline really intended to reflect development of pilots or execution also?
Both. Again, we'll get into more of the details, but I would expect in the pre-phases, the rate design analysis and initial design, that would be where you would be putting together a lot of the doing the analysis, putting together what the pilots would actually entail, and then the rollout would be the pilots themselves, that year-long duration, getting different elements of feedback, and potentially a couple circular loops to get to the outcome that you're after. But again, we'll put more meat to the bone. What we wanted to highlight here was that it's not as simple as just coming up with a rate design and then implementing it. You need to figure out specifically the impacts to our customers. I know the board will be very interested to have a robust engagement, as this will be a big item for our customers potentially. And so making sure that we've got a measured process with good feedback is the key here.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm complete.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Any other director wish to speak, ask a question? A couple of things from me, not seeing any hands. I appreciate the fact that we're asking for public input. And at the same time, I find myself struggling about how that happens. So I guess the customers are not monolithic, right? They aren't, and so I'm happy to get their feedback, and at the same time, I guess I recognize an inherent difference in understanding between those of us who are deep in the industry and those who are impacted by what happens. So I am thankful for having the third party and the time invested to help sort through that, I guess is all I'll say. So thank you for that.
Appreciate that. And that was one of the big drivers, getting a consistent baseline of education, recognizing that there's different levels of interest in some of these topics, but they will be material decisions that need to be made, and then ultimately making sure that folks feel educated in the decisions that they're making was really the process there. And then ultimately some more difficult conversations amongst board members to try to drive to prioritization.
And thank you for pointing that out. So, and on that note, I guess a concluding remark that I would have is I'm thankful for the resources that are being steered towards this. It is our role as board members to set those rates, and to be the voice of the consumer at the same time that we're the regulator, I guess. It's a rough role, I guess, but I'm happy to be thoughtful here, have a process, and I encourage all the board members to find the time here to work through this process. Any other comments? Okay, I guess you're hearing by the silence an endorsement, and you can move forward. And thank you for letting us all. Thank you, CFO Bishop, for sharing the plan with the full board.
Thank you. Thank you, board members.
I don't think I've got anything else. So with that, the Finance Committee report is complete.
Thank you, Director Yoder. Now it's time for Director Williams and the systems report.
Great. Well, I had a warm-up round, so I'm ready this time. Looking at the agenda from the Systems Committee meeting that we had, met on February 2nd. Starting at the top, the decarbonization presentation. That is an item that is on the agenda for later today. We talked a little bit in governance earlier about the method by which information is presented to the committees, or presented in the all committee meeting, or presented at a full board meeting. And I think this is one of the examples of wanting to make sure that the information is presented in a format that is available to all directors and also available to the public, but with the understanding that some portion of that information likely needs to be discussed ahead of time under the guidelines of a closed session. And so this is kind of one of the things that helps, that led to that discussion in governance about balancing discussions with board members and staff and the public. And so I just wanted to highlight that we did see a portion of the presentation that will be given later today, but that I appreciate the work that we're putting into how we understand where and when those presentations are given so that everyone can have access to that information and then we can have the most robust and relevant discussion. And so I appreciate staff's work to give that presentation to us in the committee meeting and then to make that information available again to all directors today and to the public via this public meeting. There's an action item that we talked about next, and that will be discussed here in a little while for Nebraska City. We talked again about the update to Strategic Directive 9 about resource planning, with the primary objective that that strategic directive is intended to help us set policy to govern the reliability and resilience of our system. And so the committee is working on reviewing the language that has been discussed internally. And part of that review is the decarbonization presentation that we'll have today. That will be part 1 and 2 of the decarbonization workstream outputs. And then part 3 and 4, which are intended to be presented next month. So we are intentionally continuing the discussion and the review on Strategic Directive 9 based on the additional information that's being presented both to the committee and to the entire board and discussed publicly to make sure that the new language that we have in SD9 meets those core objectives and helps us to demonstrate OPPD's commitment to looking forward on where we need to be with policy to deliver reliability and resilience into the future. So the Strategic Directive 9 discussion will probably continue to be on the agenda, and we want to make sure that all board members have that same amount of information and can provide input so that as we make those updates to that policy, we've got something that everybody understands and everybody agrees is the best direction for the organization moving forward. Next, we had a discussion about the Integrated Resource Plan, or the IRP, and there was a public presentation about the IRP. There is an agenda item today to talk about the public engagements related to the IRP, and so I'm going to defer to Brad Underwood when he presents that information in a little bit, and then leave a little bit of room for discussion in the event that any directors attended that meeting or have any specific thoughts or comments about the IRP today. And then we can talk about the way in which directors' comments on the IRP are being submitted as well. But there's an agenda item for that specifically, so we'll get to that in just a little bit. I mentioned at the top that the decarbonization presentation will be given later today as well. And so that's a culmination of a large amount of work, but it is very much designed to inform the IRP. And I have mentioned in recent months several times the fact that the decarbonization work that occurred over the last couple of years largely fed into the resource planning, which went into the IRP that is now being finalized and will be submitted at the end of the month. So there's a very close connection between the long-standing work on the decarb and the report that will be submitted on the IRP. If there are any questions about that, again, we have an item both on the IRP on the agenda here, and we have a decarbonization presentation. And so I just want to make sure that we understand the relationship between those two. Looking forward on the board work plan, there are 2 other strategic directives that are scheduled for updates, but those are also pending some of the conclusion of the decarbonization presentations that we have here and the update on Strategic Directive 9. So Strategic Directive 7 on with some interim metrics for carbon reduction is intended to be after the conclusion of Strategic Directive 9 update. And then we also want to take a look at Strategic Directive 4, which is also about reliability and resilience. But in the committee, we discussed kind of a balance where SD9 is about resource planning and looking forward to anticipate how the system will work when events occur and how we can provide the resources necessary to meet those reliability and resilience outcomes. SD4 is largely focusing on metrics which analyze after an event occurred, how did the system operate, with some of the more specific numeric analyses that tell us, did the system operate as it was expected based on the resource planning work that we put in. And so that's a way that we have tried to understand the separation but similarity between SD9 and SD4 and making sure that updates in both are aligned with those core objectives of reliability and resilience into the future. So I think that covers what we had discussed in the committee meeting. And again, there are presentations here from staff on a number of these items next. So with that, I think I'm going to hand it to Brad Underwood to talk about the integrated resource plan and some of the customer and public outreach and engagement that we've done. So Brad, if you want to highlight some of that, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you, Director Williams. I'd love to. I appreciated your summary of the committee recap and how a lot of these items are entangled with each other, and they, in a reciprocating nature, continue to inform one another. And so I just thought that was really exceptional. And so today we're here to talk about some of that. We've got Ms. Lori Zagurski here, who is really the in my opinion, a lot of the energy and the vision around engagement with our customers when we go through these evolutions and making sure that their voice is heard and can shape the steps that we take and ultimately the outcomes that we arrive at in many situations. And so Lori's here. If you're not familiar with her, her title is Manager of Outreach and Education and Community Connect. And I'm so thankful for the work that Lori's done working with Tim O'Brien and Lisa and many others. And so, Lori, I appreciate you being here, and I'll turn it over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Brad. Can everybody hear me okay? Awesome. I'm happy to provide an update on the IRP engagement. And Brad, thanks for the kind words. Although I'm the one presenting, I just want to pause and really recognize everyone who's been involved in the process. My team's heard me say this a million times, but it really does take a village. So from the executive leadership team to the board, I appreciate the support. So many of you have been involved in the process. And Director Williams, like you said, this started a long time ago with the decarb workshops. I also want to thank the project team and our partners, E3 and HDR. This is very technical content, and they have been so thoughtful along the way in presenting this material, knowing that we were going to do these deep dives, but not everybody is at the same level as education around this technical content. And I also want to thank the subject matter experts. These are people that you really don't see, but we must have at least a couple dozen subject matter experts who were always with us and supporting us through this outreach, making sure that we have accurate and timely information in the moment. And that is so important to us. And from an outreach perspective, those of you who have done it, it helps so much to be able to have their support. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to the outreach team. I personally think I have a dream team. They're phenomenal. Who would have thought when we went into this 2 years ago that, I mean, we had a large learning curve, right? And engaging online isn't exactly the ideal situation, and they all rallied. Everybody picked up new skill sets, development. So again, I just really appreciate everyone's help. And collectively, I'm kind of giving you some behind the scenes, but collectively, after every outreach engagement, we all get together and have a debrief, whether it's internal or external. And so we don't take this lightly, and we take all that feedback and say, okay, what went well, but also what could we have done better? So I will leave it there and just want to thank everyone for their support. And I'll start now addressing this first slide. This first slide, like you said, Director Williams, is a good reminder of how far we've come. And then the next two slides, I'll get into more specifics around the more recent communication and outreach. So I would be really remiss speaking on this first bullet here on planning if I didn't also thank the stakeholders themselves. This journey started well over a year ago, and in December of 2020 and January of 2021, we held a number of discovery sessions. And what we said is, you know what, let's not operate in a silo. Let's re-engage some of the stakeholders who had been part of that process in 2016. So we had really in-depth interviews with them, and we said, look, and you know, you were there for 2016, help us understand moving forward. We have a journey ahead of us. Help us understand what success looks like to you. And on the good side, they said, you know what, we really feel like OPPD is doing better than most orgs in engagement, but all of us knew that there's still room for improvement. And so we walked away from those sessions with a lot of ahas that really helped us structure our planning moving forward. So again, a big shout out to the stakeholders. They even recognized a need for a layered approach. Not everybody gets the technical details. And so from that, some of the outputs were the executive summaries, the recap decarb video. They also said to us, lean on us. You know what, we're here to help you. Provide shareable content that we can take back to our organizations and our memberships and help spread the word. And the one other aha for me was they really helped shape our thinking on the feedback. And they said to us, when you look back to us, we love that you take the input and then you come back to us and tell us, hey, here's what it is and here's why. But what they said is, what you're not telling us is the why not. Like when we give you feedback and it wasn't used, it's not only important to understand why, but if it wasn't used, tell us that too. And the team took that to heart. And so all of that stuff was considered in the planning. And the last thing there too is in the middle of all this, and it's not noted on the slide, but there was a benchmarking study that we conducted across utilities, and it confirmed what our stakeholders said, that we are doing better than most, but we are still learning too. So again, thank you. The next bullet there, right after the planning, we jumped right into the workshops. So we held the energy portfolio workshops. And again, as Director Williams mentioned, we were transparent along this whole journey. We said, look, all of this work, all of this feedback, it is going to support the IRP a year from now. And so we held 6 workshops, we held an interim study, we had hundreds of participants. We had about 200 unique stakeholders throughout that. Some people attended one workshop, some attended all, which was fantastic. And besides the hundreds that came to the workshop, I want you to know that the statistics, we always posted the workshops on OPPD Community Connect after the fact, and those video recordings have received hundreds of views. The other thing that has been consistent along this journey is OPPD Community Connect. Just a reminder to all of you, this platform launched in July of 2020, so it's not even 2 years old. And across the project since July of 2020, that site has had 43,000 visitors across those projects. And I will speak specifically to the visitors to the IRP pages in the next couple slides. But again, for the last year and a half, this platform has been so helpful with education, with engagement, from interactive tools to the feedback and the Q&A. And the last bullet here on this slide on the outcome is we always make sure that we do post-event surveys, right? What was the clarity of the information? How were the presenters? How did you feel about the workshop? And across all of it, the overall workshop satisfaction on average was about 84%. So I know I spent a lot of time on here, but I really want to reiterate that this has been a process. This has been a process that's taken several months and more than a year. So move on to the next slide, please. So here, these next 2 slides, we really did a lot of internal and external communication to promote 3 things, right? This is the most recent communication. So recently we wanted to promote that the IRP was posted, which it was on January 21st. We wanted to promote the open comment period. And we also wanted to promote our midway presentation. So with all outreach, we always start with our employee communications. We partner very well with corporate communications, both internally and externally, and they did a phenomenal job making sure that through news stories, through Javier's video, through the executive leadership team correspondence, that all the employees were very well aware of the decarb workshops, IRP, and we held the employee workshop on February 1st. And we had 275 employees attend. I think this is a huge win that our employees hear this message from us. But from an outreach perspective, I'm just going to tell you it's a huge win for our team too. Our employees ask hard questions. They really prepare us for the external workshop. And so we take all that thoughtful feedback in the Q&A, and again, we debrief and we tweak, and then we take it external. So the employees are integral to this process as well. We had mentioned everything in the board media releases. We have good partnerships with the media, and there was an Omaha World Herald article, KFAB mentioned. And as always, we put everything out there on social media through Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. We use both organic and boosted posts. And for those of you that aren't familiar with social media, the difference is an organic post is one that's seen by your audience without any paid promotion, and boosted is you put a little money behind it to get a little bit further reach. And Mo, the last slide. Thank you. This then continues the external communication focus. So the first bullet there is around emails. We sent emails to people that followed us on the decarb and IRP pages, also past workshop participants, and where I want to pause here is the relationship holders. We lean on so many people within the organization to help us spread that word. And then we also lean on the people that we spread the word to help us have that ripple effect. And so from our account execs who spread the word to the large customers, to our economic development teams, to our government relations teams who spread it to the communities, our partners, elected officials. We have relationships with environmental organizations. And that's important in stakeholder outreach. We're not, the social media gives you that larger awareness blast, but when you have these emails coming from somebody you know within the organization and saying, hey, I really want you to be a part of this, and also can you help us spread this information, that's huge. So I just really wanted to point that out, how important that is to us. The second bullet, again, we always made sure we provided in those emails the shareable content, right? Reminding them that they had the executive summaries, that we had the recap videos, we provided PDF invitations, anything that we could do to support our stakeholders in helping us spread the word. And so I'll pause because you can see on the screen there, Citizens Climate Lobby, you know, they were one of many that took that information and ran with it and helped us, and were a mouthpiece for us and helped us spread the word. So I want to thank them for that. Also, as far as websites, we do a lot of cross promotion between OPPD Community Connect, OPPD The Wire, OPPD.com. Again, like I said, education has been out there, the engagement for, you know, a year and a half, but what I really want the takeaway to be here is today I am presenting on all of this, but the comment period is still open through February 20th. So you still have to this weekend to download or view the IRP draft, to provide feedback, and also to submit questions. So this by no means is over. You still have through this week to submit feedback. And on the IRP page, I know I told you I'd give you stats on just that. So we did a dedicated IRP page, and just in the last 6 weeks, that page alone has 1,400 visits to that page, and we've had about almost 500 views or downloads of the IRP. So then I will address the IRP presentation. We went ahead and went external. We had a presentation on February 3rd. And this was a very intentional move by our team to say, you know what, we know we have this comment period, but let's try doing a presentation in the middle of this thing, right? Let's pause in the middle. Just make sure that there's understanding around this, or if people really don't have the appetite for reading a multi-100-page document, that we can give them the highlight reel, or that we just pause for feedback and Q&A. So that's what we did on February 3rd. We had an external presentation. We had about 80 external stakeholders. Right out of the gates, we did a poll everywhere just to get a pulse of our audience. 43% of them had not even read the IRP, but they came to the workshop because they wanted that highlight reel, which we supported for them. So I'm glad that we did that at the midway point. 43% had not even had not read the IRP. Another 43% had read part of it, and 14%, kudos to you, you read all of it. I can't even say that about myself. So that's a lofty read. So thank you to those of you that really dove into the entire process. But that presentation went over very well. And the last bullet here in the works, again, like the decarb summaries, we have an IRP executive summary for those stakeholders that don't have an appetite for reading the full IRP, which is okay. And that should be uploaded this week. So again, thanks to everyone who's been a part of the process, and I will stop there for questions.
Okay, let's look for hands. Director Yoder, I see a hand from you. Why don't you jump in?
I posted my question in chat there. I see it's a great listing of all of the energy and time and resources to develop and to deliver on through many different channels to reach out to customers. I'm struggling a little bit. Can you help me understand what outcome was secured through all of these activities? You know, maybe asking it a different way. How did these activities impact the IRP?
This is Lisa Olson. I just want to say, you've heard me say this multiple times. Success of the stakeholder really is that people may not agree with the outcome, but that they understand the why of how we got to where we are. And that's why this was so important, that this was a journey, so that at multiple data points could help impact the decision-making going forward as we develop the IRP. So that's how I define it. And you've heard me say that from the very beginning. Does that help, Director Yoder?
Yeah, thanks. And I'm sorry if I haven't picked up on that message before, and I can have asked the question in too many times. So it helps if I verbalize to make sure I understand what you said. Then the intent here was always to inform as many people as possible. And again, kudos on all of the different ways of reaching out. And I hear the measures showed that there were many cascading from the efforts. So you've reached more people. The intent, though, from what I hear you, is just that people are aware of the process and how it's going on in the IAP2 vernacular, right?
Correct. Way to go with the IAP2, because every facet and channel that we used, we let them know what portion of the IAP2 we were using. A lot of it was informed, but I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Brad Underwood, to talk a little bit more about the data input that they used for the actual IRP. Brad?
Thanks, Lisa, and I appreciate the question. For those that followed along on the workshops, you may have heard some of these types of things as we went through the evolutions in the decarbonization space. That, of course, is an attachment to the IRP. And it sounds like we'll get to have more discussion on that as each iterate against each other. But to give a few quick examples, some of the feedback that we got was around climate change and the incorporation of climate change within our resource planning activities, especially as electrical output from some resources is directly impacted by various aspects of climate change. So we went down to the University of Nebraska system, and we were able to integrate with a professional there who had some subject matter expertise in this area, and their name escapes me. Please forgive me for that. But we got hooked in there into the Nebraska system on how to best think about that. The other one was around hydrogen. There was a lot of discussion around hydrogen, and there was some feedback on we don't really understand how hydrogen is being discussed, and so it allowed us to clarify that bulk high volume delivery of networked hydrogen is really a stretch. And so we need to be able to think about that as we're planning, especially in the near term, and some would say in the intermediate term. And so it became more of a local conversation around electrolysis potentially, as well as pyrolysis for more of a regional hydrogen hub, I would say. So that was another example of how the feedback allowed us to kind of check and adjust and clarify some of these subjects that we were talking about. And then, of course, the extent of the feedback is splattered across the spectrum. So we had folks that were concerned about specific technologies, and we welcomed that, and we were able to kind of iterate with them on how the technologies were being used and or viewed. We had folks that were concerned about reliability and making sure that reliability was front of mind of the decision makers. And I think Director Williams alluded to that when he talked about some of the work going on in the SD9 space. And then we had folks that had environmental observations and gave us feedback on the important aspects of environmental stewardship that's housed in our mission. And so just to give you a sampling of that, Director Yoder, hopefully that's helpful. And Lori may have more, but my final comment would be education. How does the process work? Why does it work the way we've structured it? How do I engage in the process? How do I interact either to get my questions answered or to get my feedback incorporated into the evolution? And so those are some things that just came to my mind very briefly. And Lori, I'm not sure if you have more, if we covered it well.
If I may, Brad, before I pass it on to Lori, just a reminder, and I think this is a great conversation, a reminder just a few years ago when we were presenting SD9 monitoring reports, for example, we talked about I don't know if you can still envision there was a diagram that talked about stakeholder engagement at the beginning of the IRP process and then stakeholder engagement at the end of the IRP process. What Lori's talking about here now, we're coming towards the end of the IRP process, but I think what Brad was talking about is all the engagement that happened earlier on. This is a big change, something that we've been planning. We're responding to the board's directive to make sure that we have good engagement at the beginning, during, and at the end of the process. And this is really tied with the Decarbonization Strategic Initiative and the IRP. Really, it was through those engagements that the modeling, the content was influenced. And now what we're doing here at the end of the process is really just sharing the final product. But it's not the first time that we're reaching out, but it's a continuum of stakeholder engagement.
What excites me with this conversation are Mr. Underwood especially are the elements, the seasoning you're providing by the examples of how the team reacted to the public comment. And really that's what I'm reaching for here. It's not just that we have activities and many activities and great activities, but how did we respond to that? Are we listening? Are we making that effort? It's more than just letting people know that we're doing things. And so that's the deeper thing I was digging for. I struck gold. So thank you very much, everybody.
Great. Thanks, Director Yoder. Looking around for other hands, comments, questions. I don't see any at this time. I talked a little bit in the chair's report about the overlap between a number of different things that are ongoing, and that we have a decarbonization presentation on parts 1 and 2 coming up. And I do have some questions about the relationship between the decarbonization work and the IRP. And so I'm going to save those and bring and ask those questions at the conclusion of the decarbonization presentation today, because I think that'll be a little more relevant way to consider both together. I did have one specific question now, and I had seen it asked in a couple places. There was a mention of incentives for distributed energy resources like solar on people's homes and businesses at a previous board meeting, and I believe that was mentioned as potentially 2023, but in the IRP, it is listed as one of the potential next actions in 2022. And because it was listed in different timelines in 2 different places, can someone provide some clarification about the expected next steps on incentives for customer-owned generation, solar on homes and businesses, essentially?
Eric, if we could just leave that for the PI committee.
Oh,
I'll talk about it.
I'm sorry, Janice. Thank you. Excellent response. I will be glad to wait. It was in the IRP specifically, so if we can defer to later, that's perfect as well. Janice, did you have other comments or questions about the IRP?
I did, and I actually attended the IRP workshop on February 3rd online, and I just really want to compliment staff on how they fielded the questions. I mean, every time a question was asked, even if it was confrontationally directed or however it was phrased from participants, OPPD staff really responded in a respectful manner, answered the question, and stayed on message. And I just really appreciated the professionalism that I saw on that at that workshop and how they interacted with the public as they took the questions and gave their answers. So that's all I really wanted to say. And I was really excited about the process of the IRP this year. I remember going through the IRP process in 2016, 15, and it was not a great process, and this was. So thank you all very much.
Director Mulhall, thank you so much for those comments. And the participants in the workshop, the people that were along that journey with us way back in 16, they echoed those comments as well. So greatly appreciate that. The team did a lot of listening. And as Lori said, we take the feedback and we learn from it and we implement those into the next session. So thank you so much for those comments.
Great. I don't see other hands or comments or questions. And this is mostly about the customer engagement or customer and public outreach on the IRP. So we'll try and avoid any of the extremely substantive things at this point. But I also did attend the public workshop on the IRP, and both the use of the digital platform because of the public health considerations I thought was excellent. I also had been involved 5 years ago, and again, kudos to everyone for the great work that we did this time. So thanks very much for both the dedicated engagement throughout the IRP process, both at the start and at the end, and then also the methods by which we presented that information, received feedback, and incorporated that into the plan. I think that was all big steps forward this time. So thank you to Lisa, Brad, everyone who was involved, and all of your team who made this process a big improvement over the last time, and I look forward to continued improvement in the future. And with that, I think we can move on to the next agenda item that we have scheduled for today. This is expected to be an action item, and I'll hand it over to Troy to talk through some of that.
All right, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. And before I jump directly into the discussion, I just want to highlight what we're asking for. And so we are requesting approval to seek competitive bids through a publicly available RFP, followed by a detailed negotiation process in lieu of kind of that normal sealed bid process. And I'll go into the why of that here in just a bit, but I wanted to highlight that before I jumped in. Now I'll provide a little context about the item we're trying to procure. So we have this piece of equipment called the Selective Catalytic Reduction, or SCR is the term we use internally for that piece of equipment. And it's an environmental equipment that helps us on our Nebraska City 2 station reduce nitrogen oxides during the production process. So super important piece of equipment. It has 3 layers, 3 catalyst layers involved with it. And each one of those layers need to be replaced periodically, kind of like the filter in your home furnace. Every 2 years or so, that time frame comes about to replace one of those sections, and we are in that time frame now. The installation of the catalyst would take place during the 2023 outage while we're doing other additional work on the facility. And we're trying to get ahead of this. The material is long lead time in nature. And so spending time to get it, especially during this time where there are supply chain challenges, we wanted to make sure we move on this quickly enough to have the time we need to get the equipment. And I would say, although OPPD has used the sealed bid process before for this particular item, we've definitely learned from history that there's a trend towards very limited options for this product. We still plan to leverage an RFP, which I think is really important because that opens it up. But we really want to take that time to sit down, have good, solid discussions, and work closely and collaboratively with respondents. And that'll allow us to navigate any technical or commercial term issues to ensure we have the best product for our customers. We believe that this is in the best interest for us to negotiate for our customers. And we believe it'll improve the competitive environment and likely result in a more cost-effective contract. You know, as part of this negotiation, as we have with some of our other contracts, we'll also explore, you know, whether a multi-year contract that would be able to be in place to replace all 3 layers makes sense at this time to attain a potential for a contract with the best total cost of ownership for our OPPD customers. And so again, the action is approval of the engineer's certificate and authorization for management to negotiate into the contract. As you can see a picture of, Mo had a picture up of what the layers of equipment looks like. Nothing too overly fancy there, but super important from a environmental standpoint. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
Great, Troy. I appreciate your highlighting of the process that we're talking about here. So in the past, we have done the competitive sealed bid, and this time we are asking for authorization to use the negotiation. So we talked about this in systems, and board members just want to be clear that this is a change in the process of authorization by the board with this action. It is an action that we've used in the past. And I think Troy has provided good information both to the systems committee and today about the justification for that change in process. So that is an important point that we wanted to highlight about why this action item is being discussed and is different from the past. So not to belabor the point too much, but does anyone have any questions about this relatively technical procurement process for this equipment? Okay, I don't see any hands or hear any comments or questions. So Troy, appreciate that. Thanks very much for the clarification about the need for the equipment and then the process we'll use for procurement. The next item is the Nuclear Oversight Committee report. That's listed as Tim. And let's see, Tim, are you there?
I am here. Good morning.
Perfect. Thank you.
The items that we're going to talk about today, we've talked about for the last couple of months, and we're going to talk about them for most of 2023. So it seemed like a great opportunity to make sure that everybody is level set from a visual standpoint of where these items are, how they interrelate, and exactly what we're talking about when we report out on these. So Mo, if you could go to the next slide, I'd appreciate it. So we are going to primarily focus on the buildings with the green arrows here to talk about the 3 items on the data sheet. And we're going to start right in the middle with that very robust containment structure. The reactor vessel is housed within that structure, and that's where the reactor vessel internal segmentation work is occurring. We started that late last year. It is going well. The equipment is achieving the design cut rates that we expected it to, and we've got about 20% of our cuts complete. We're also at the point that we've started shipping some of those materials off-site for disposal. So the facility or the building right to the left of containment, that white structure, is a temporary structure we put in place so that we could move materials and equipment in and out of containment in a controlled, out of the weather environment. So that's one of the things that we're using to move those materials out when we send them off for disposal. The next bullet talks about the auxiliary building and that waste processing building. So the auxiliary building, you can see there with the arrow pointed to it, and it really horseshoes around containment. We have completed all the interior work that we needed to complete before starting the exterior demolition. And on February 1st, we started demolition of the exterior right about the location where the arrow is pointing. From the waste processing structure, we're still finishing up some of our interior work, and we expect that to be complete just about the time that we're working our way that direction from the auxiliary building. So those 2 will take effectively through most of this year to get down to ground level. which then gets us into the third scope of work, which is the turbine building and the intake structure, which is a little hard to see there because of the shadow. Still focusing on the internal work in those buildings, cutting out the piping and the systems so that material can be recycled before we start to take down the structures themselves. In essence, by this time next year, of all those structures we talked about, the only two that will be still standing above ground level are containment and that temporary structure attached to containment. Those other buildings will all be down to grade by that time. One of the things I also wanted to point out on this slide, and we don't talk about it very much month to month, but it's important to reiterate, is our dry fuel storage facility. There is an organization dedicated to the safety and security of that fuel 24/7, and that will continue. That doesn't change as we progress through decommissioning. Critical piece, I want to recognize that when we talk about routine maintenance and testing, that includes that facility as well every month. And then the last piece I would like to highlight is independent oversight that we have. First is our on-site independent oversight group that reports through Vice President Foch. They perform reviews of documentation. They go out and observe work in the field, ensuring that we're doing that work in accordance with our processes and procedures and how it ties to regulations. Most recently, they did a review of that work we did internal to the auxiliary building before we started the demolition of that structure. And then that brings us to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. They still have oversight of the site. That's both the dry fuel storage facility and the decommissioning work as well. They are on site on a routine basis. They were just here in January. I'm happy to report that they found no issues, but more proud of the comment that they left us with around the transparency, the openness, the collaboration of our individuals, providing them documentation and taking them out into the field to lay eyes on the work that was going so they could see that for themselves. And just the transparency with which our staff welcomed them and ensured they could do their role. Certainly we would never want to get to the point of having an issue with regulation. But if we aren't doing something right, we want the NRC to find it so we can fix it. And that's really the attitude that we take into those inspections. And we'll have an opportunity to do that more this year. They're upping the frequency of on-site visits. Strictly due to the volume of work that we're doing, the type of work that we're doing, they want to be on site more frequently to see that work for themselves. So we welcome that opportunity through this next year. That's the end of my report pending questions.
Great. Thanks very much, Tim. Do any directors have any questions or comments about the nuclear oversight report? Don't see any hands. I don't hear anyone. Tim, I guess in the shortest top line summary version, would you say that we are essentially on budget and on schedule?
From a top line version, we're certainly on budget schedule. We talked back in October of some of the challenges that we're facing, but we still expect to be substantially complete by the end of 2025. Plenty of opportunities to work forward and make that happen over the next couple of years.
Great. Appreciate the update and the focus looking forward on the timeline and how we can keep things targeted to where we're going. I don't see any other comments or questions there. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. And from the schedule now, Director Bogner, I think we're planned to break for lunch. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so just going to hand it over to you for that discussion.
All right, that sounds good. Yeah, the next topic on our agenda is expected to be about 75 minutes long, so we'll break for lunch now. Let's return at 10 after noon, so just a 30-minute lunch break, folks. Thank you. right, all. We are back at it. The next topic I'll turn over to Director Williams to tee up. We cannot hear you, Eric.
Yes, now I am a victim of double mute. Thank you. This is a quick pass off to the team who's been working on the decarbonization projects over the last months, and we have presentations today about 2 of the decarbonization aspects, and so I will just hand it over. And I guess, is it Colton? Are you going to introduce the first one, or is there someone who's going to talk about it before you?
Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and do an introduction if that's okay, Director Williams. You can see the agenda item in the presentation here on the work that's been going on with pathways to decarbonization. And I just can't help but note a little bit of irony on the front end of the conversation around how the strategic initiative work is starting to have that culmination feel. And we're able to bring back for review and discussion kind of the totality of work that was completed and how we did it and what we think it means for us going into the future. And at the same time, know that this is a very long road filled with a lot of different directions and speeds that can be informed by a number of things as we progress through the next 2 or 3 decades. And so I'm honored to just play a very small role and see Ms. Fisher's work conclude in partnership with Scott and many of the other areas of the organization that contributed. And so it's fun to have this moment for the team and to have this type of discussion that we've been working very diligently for. And so having said that, I will turn it over to Ryan, who I believe is going to briefly kick us off and give us a reminder on context and the various work streams, and then we'll get into the discussion. So thank you, Director Williams.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. And thanks for having us today. So I'm joined by Colton Kennedy and Paul Fortney for the presentation today on our pathways to decarbonization, energy portfolio, and customer work streams. So these teams, they've put in a tremendous amount of work over the past 1.5 years, and the presentations today, they're brief, but they're really the culmination, as Brad said, a considerable amount of effort for each of these teams. The intent today is really to provide an overview of the objectives for each of those work streams, the process to achieve those objectives, and then to really spend time and focus in on the findings and the next steps. We brought everyone along on our journey through the process, and so today is really that focus on the findings and the next steps. And I want to thank Colton and Paul and their teams for all the time and the energy and effort that they put forth. It's really impressive, and we're proud of what we've accomplished and what we have to deliver today. If we can go to the next slide. All right, so today is really, you can see the agenda. We're just focusing on those 2 work streams, energy portfolio and customer. And we're going to start with the energy portfolio. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Colton Kennedy.
Thanks, Ryan. And thank you to the board of directors for the opportunity to share an overview of the work and outcomes of the energy portfolio project to spur decarbonization. I know that many of you have been involved in some respect, seen the decarbonization workshops and followed along with the study throughout. So today we're going to go through the high-level results and also focus on the key findings and leave some room for questions at the end. And so I'll start out with the charter or the scope of the energy portfolio project and what we set out to do. And we set out to study actionable pathways to eliminate or significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions from OPPD's energy portfolio while balancing impacts on reliability, resiliency, and affordability. We always set out with the energy portfolio project to focus on OPPD's mission and to focus on those 3 particular items. As part of that process, the team developed and evaluated pathways to reach the net zero carbon goal. We identified and quantified the impacts of those pathways in terms of the cost and the resource adequacy impact of those. We also looked at or as part of the project, we also developed a comprehensive stakeholder engagement process, and that was another key aspect of the scope of the project. Next slide. And so, starting off on what the study was and wasn't, the energy portfolio study is a broad and far-looking study. It evaluated many technologies over an extended time horizon. It was always intended to provide directional information, to be able to inform OPPD stakeholders and decision makers. And we've always known that there'd be additional work that would be required that would follow from this process and from this work. So generally, as we look towards the future, there are many options. There are many potential futures, and so how do we bring those down into sort of the commonalities of different potential pathways? And so, as far as what the study is and is not, or was and was not, it was a study to develop a range of pathways, not a singular pathway, not a particular pathway, but a range, so we can understand the spectrum of options available to OPPD. And to do that, we evaluated a broad range of different technologies, mature, emerging, even experimental technologies were evaluated or considered as part of the process. And also, with those technologies, potential cost reductions and opportunities associated. We underwent a scenario analysis to understand how those different timelines or how those different scenarios might meet different timelines of the organization to decarbonize. And then we developed or aggregated the findings into a final report on the decarbonization work. What it was never intended to be, or what it was not, is a recommendation on a single energy portfolio future. Again, the focus was on a range, knowing that the future is going to be dynamic. It was never intended to be a decision to add or retire specific assets. Again, there's sort of detailed engineering studies that need to be done, and this is to provide a broad suite of information to the organization. Nor was it a siting study to determine where assets might be located, or again, it was never that very detailed transmission analysis that's required to understand specifics. Specific impacts of specific retirements on specific transmission lines. So it is a high-level analysis. Next slide. And so as we set out on the Pathways to Decarbonization Energy Portfolio project, one of our first key activities was hiring or bringing on a third-party consultant. And so the OPPD team went through an extensive interview process to hire what we believe is the best, most competent team available to us to be able to support this work. We hired E3, Energy and Environmental Economics, to help support with the multi-stage analysis that we're going to conduct. And E3 brings with them a suite of modeling tools appropriate for evaluating high renewable systems. And most particularly, they bring in robust resource adequacy modeling or reliability modeling tools that we at the time saw missing from a number of other decarbonization studies across the industry. And so we set up and we developed a sort of broke the work out into 5 discrete sort of modeling activities in a series. And we started with what we call the multi-sector modeling. And that was with the understanding that decarbonization was not only for electric utilities, but it's going to affect the broader economy. And so there's implicit, there's very direct impacts of electrifying or decarbonizing the rest of the economy on OPPD's future electric load growth. So that was a key component that we started with. We looked at, I mentioned reliability and resiliency analysis. So we aggregated, and I will talk about this a little bit later too, very intensive quantitative and objective assumptions around modeling resource adequacy and reliability to understand how we can both reach the renewable goal and maintain the level of reliability and resiliency that's needed to support this more electrified future. We included a robust portfolio optimization process to optimize for least cost while meeting the environmental goals and achieving reliability resiliency targets. That range of scenarios that we developed provided a perspective on risk mitigation and the commonalities across those, and ultimately we reported them in the report that is filed with, or is prepared as an appendix to OPPD's integrated resource plan. And so before we move on, I just wanted to note that reliability and resiliency is seen as an absolute requirement and a key enabler of decarbonization. It was really integrated at the very core of the project that we've undergone. Next. And so, from the very beginning, the team outlined a series of stakeholder engagement activities. I think this was discussed earlier today, but to allow various levels of stakeholder participation, all the way from inform to involve and consult throughout the entire process that we worked with E3. So we were able to hear comments from stakeholders on the details of the particular assumptions. We were able to have, to hear that feedback directly, and that affect the planning team and the modelers and how the scenarios were designed and studied as we went through. And so we made modifications to the different technologies and the different scenarios that were evaluated throughout as a result of stakeholder feedback. And so we made all that information very transparent and available, as well as in recordings available online, OPPD's Community Connect website. Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to pivot here to a couple of the highest level findings, or not findings, but rather some of the key results that support the findings as we go through the study. And the first one I'm going to be focusing on is electrification and our multi-sector modeling. And so, again, I mentioned we're viewing, and this is even what we view as a core component of a good decarbonization study, is we're trying to understand the impacts of decarbonization broadly across the economy, knowing that that has impacts on OPPD. And so the team, we've never conducted this type of analysis previously, and with E3's support, we're forecasting transitions of energy consuming resources like transportation and building, HVAC, from more carbon intensive to less carbon intensive technologies. For the most part, that drives electrification, and that provides a range of potential load forecasts for OPPD, both in terms of our peak load, the shape of that load, and the total energy that customers consume from OPPD. So very impactful to the overall results. Next. We took that range of different load scenarios, and we coupled that with other considerations like a range of paces of decarbonization, everything from net zero by 25 to an accelerated, a straight line, a moderated case, absolute zero by 2050, and then our reference case that doesn't have any constraints on decarbonization. We coupled that with a range of different technologies that may be available to us, knowing that technology is developing, and from the most conservative, mature only, to maybe the most aggressive, where we take mature and emerging technologies that would be available to us to develop our plans on. We also evaluate a range of different scenarios, carbon pricing, the resource mix within the broader SPP footprint, various forecasts on different technology costs, including breakthrough costs, and then a scenario here that was really at a request of feedback from stakeholders and the oversight committee on flexible loads and integrating higher levels of flexible loads into our scenarios that may be reflective of greater demand side potential. Next slide. And so I mentioned that reliability and resiliency is a core component. The team took an objective and quantitative approach through this, starting with a very robust, decades of detailed hourly weather data, temperature data, load data, performance data of renewables. We coupled that or integrated that within an integrated risk modeling tool to evaluate how different resources perform and to ensure that OPPD always has sufficient resources to meet its load obligations, no matter what the weather conditions or the environmental conditions. And so the team integrated this into the analysis. It considers the synergistic benefits of combining different types of resources. It also accounts for the diminishing resource adequacy or reliability contribution of adding too much of the same resource. And it naturally captures the diversity benefits and their ability to support a reliable system. There were key findings that came from this, including understanding where OPPD's loss of load may occur in the future in a highly renewable system versus where it is today. So there were just there's a wealth of information that came from this, but ultimately it all fed into all the portfolios that we developed meet the resource adequacy and reliability target that we had set to be equal to or better than today's system. Next. And so as a result, or an outcome of the different scenarios that were developed, we have a range of the different types of resources that are required. And so this graphic demonstrates the minimum, the average, and the maximum amounts of different types of resources required in different years for the different pathways to decarbonization by 2050. What we found is that there's a need for certain types of resources, particularly wind, solar, and storage. And wind and solar to be able to provide the energy contribution to reduce fossil generation. And so we saw a large number of those resources added throughout the study horizon. There's certain scenarios where nuclear makes sense, where the cost of that technology declines, or if you're trying to achieve absolute zero, and not net zero and hydrogen's not available. So certain scenarios where nuclear makes sense. And then principally we found also that firm dispatchable resources are required to support a reliable system, and they're added in all of these pathways to be able to supplement the reliability of the system still as we move towards the net zero goal. Next slide. So I'm going to walk through the key findings here one by one, and these have been shared publicly and also as part of OPPD's IRP. But the first and perhaps most important is that OPPD can achieve net zero while balancing affordability and reliability. So we found that net zero is achievable with projected generation and transmission cost impacts of 8 to 22% by 2050 while maintaining resource adequacy levels. That's approximately 0.3 to 0.8% per year in terms of its annualized impact relative to a reference case where OPPD does not decarbonize. The second is that all the scenarios that we've studied cease coal generation and reduce use of fossil fuels. And so generation from fossil fuels is reduced in all net zero scenarios as it is increasingly displaced with low carbon resources. All scenarios ultimately repower or retire OPPD's coal generation by 2045 and maintain firm resources. Those firm resources operate at minimum capacity factors. Third is that the goal of net zero requires a mix of renewable energy, energy storage, and community-wide energy efficiency. And so as we looked across all the different scenarios, large quantities of low carbon resources are required to displace fossil generation and reduce emissions across OPPD's system. I mentioned energy efficiency. As part of the multi-sector modeling, one of the most efficient ways of minimizing economy-wide emissions is to increase efficiency. And so that reduces total energy usage over time. And so there were significant amounts of energy efficiency modeled throughout, and load flexibility even with the addition of electrified transportation in the modeling. So a number of assumptions there, but really it's this mix of new renewables, energy storage, and community-wide energy efficiency that support the goal of net zero and displace the energy that today would be provided by fossil fuels. The fourth, we found through the resource adequacy analysis that firm generation is needed to maintain resource adequacy. And so like to say every resource can contribute to resource adequacy and reliability of the system, but wind, solar, and storage and demand-side resources, they have limitations, and they have limitations especially during extreme weather events. And so we found that firm resources are required to support the system during those periods. All those things, wind, solar, storage, they have diminishing incremental or marginal reliability contributions. So they can provide great benefit as they're added initially to the system, but adding more of that same type of resource has less of a benefit because of the non-dispatchability or because of the production shape of those resources. It's just amplifying the production shape of solar or of wind. So important here that firm generation's needed to maintain resource adequacy. Okay, next. The team found that as we evaluate all these different pathways and scenarios is that there's a core set of resources that are common across all of them. And this is really important because whether that was the breakthrough technology costs or carbon pricing, whatever the world kind of ends up being, is we found that there's common resources that are most efficient across all of those. And so, as OPPD moves faster towards decarbonization, it's adding that set of resources sooner. And as OPPD's load increases, perhaps with higher electrification, that mix of resources just scales proportionally. So, this is a very key finding that we know the types of investments in those core resources are going to be robust for our future. Next. We found when we evaluated both absolute zero and net zero, the team found that absolute zero is more costly and it's dependent on future technology development. So achieving absolute zero with today's technology requires impractically high levels of new resources at significantly higher costs. But we also acknowledge that there's emerging technologies like hydrogen and long duration storage or advancements and cost declines in small modular reactors that would make absolute zero more achievable that we'll be able to contemplate and consider as we continue through this evolution of resource planning to get to net zero. Next. We found that accelerating decarbonization reduces the cumulative emissions at relatively low incremental cost, but poses implementation and integration challenges. So I mentioned earlier, it's the same set of resources, just sooner. And so that's a key reason why there's low incremental cost to accelerating decarbonization. But accelerating decarbonization means adding more resources within a shorter period of time. And there are risks with supply chain, financial, grid interconnection risks, and operational risks as we move through that transition that will continue to need to be monitored. And lastly, is that the changing resource mix will pose new resiliency challenges that must be evaluated, understood, and mitigated. So as OPPD moves through this transition, we expect those areas of critical system need to change from the peak periods today to periods of lower renewable output or extended periods of low renewable generation and extreme cold, like we experienced with the polar vortex. And so grid reliability and resiliency will depend on how utilities anticipate and prepare for these events as the system continues to evolve. So evolving, monitoring, evolving, changing is sort of the direction here. And then I'll move on from these key findings here next to the outcomes. So the energy portfolio work did what the charter asked, and we created these pathways that eliminate or significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions while balancing reliability, resiliency, and affordability. The results of our work were incorporated into the long-term horizon of OPPD's draft 2021 IRP. The decarbonization work that we did surpasses all prior OPPD work to understand the directional changes required for OPPD to achieve net zero by 2050. It informs OPPD's leadership and board of directors to support future decision making. Next. And so as we look to the future, the energy portfolio work that we've done really provides that long-term direction of what the future may look like. But there's a lot of advanced technical studies that are still required to pivot to understand how we're going to specifically move forward in our actions. And so we've divided sort of that how question up into two different studies that OPPD is looking to really scope through 2022, and that's an advanced supply side resource feasibility and an advanced demand side resource feasibility study. Each of these studies, while the team believes that we captured major directional items within the pathways to decarbonization study, these advanced feasibility studies work and progress more towards the details and the specifics. And so on the advanced supply side feasibility study, there's really two major tasks here. One is existing resource transition planning, and specifically our Nebraska City Station. And so there's a lot of detailed engineering studies that are still required to be able to understand that specific technology, specific transition plan to maintain energy assurance, to understand the operational impacts and as we move through that transition. And secondly, to the advanced supply side study, there's our future resource approach. And so as we consider those new resources, we've identified sort of the macro scale types, sort of like carbohydrates or like protein or like fat. So we've sort of identified the kind of key ingredients, but then what do those look like specifically, and can we, combine those in ways that are advantageous economically and to a planning execution, from a planning execution perspective, hybrid resources or combining hybrid resources to limit our interconnection exposure. There's a number of specific questions and opportunities on the supply side approach to those larger resources. On the demand side, feasibility study, there's two major areas. One is the distributed resource potential in planning. So the team took both a bottoms-up and a top-down approach to identify potential, but there's still work on identifying specific programs and products and opportunities, and Paul can talk through that help us move towards the goal of decarbonization and larger economy-wide decarbonization. There's also understanding the specific potential for distributed solar versus maybe business size solar, and how opportunities on the customer-owned solar side might offset the utility scale need that we've identified as part of the work. And secondly, there's a focus here on distribution system impacts. So as we move towards greater electrification, we know that there will be challenges on the lowest level of our system, on the distribution system. And so, are there opportunities with flexible loads or managed charging that help mitigate those, and what are the costs to the distribution system to be able to support those resources or savings that otherwise would be incurred. And so through 2022, we're going to be scoping those studies, and that'll inform the organizational resource requirements and timelines to continue the work of our Pathways to Decarbonization Energy Portfolio project. So with that, that's the energy portfolio update.
Hey, Colton, thank you for the update. And if I may, Director Williams, just to set a little bit of context here, this is incredible work. The engagement has been deep and long with stakeholders, with our employees. But I want to make sure that I reemphasize what this study is, and it's a study, right? The board gave us a clear direction back in November of 2019 of the direction of being net zero carbon by 2050. When the board gave us that direction, we didn't have a study. We had ideas, and it was a directional goal. It was a stretch goal, and what we did since then was, okay, let's get to study what potential pathways we could have so that we can now continue to make decisions going forward in the next 30 years that will lead us to being a net zero carbon utility. It is super important also to understand that at the beginning of the slides, Colton talked about the load. There are many options for our load growth, right? Some of these pathways assume that our load is going to double or more than double, right? We are trying to decarbonize the economy, the utility, as we are electrifying the economy. We don't know really what's going to happen with load growth, and only time will tell. The board will have many decisions, many decision points in the next 30 years and beyond to make decisions, resource decisions, to react to that load that is growing. So I want to emphasize this and remind our public that this is a study, that we're trying to figure out what pathways we have, but that the actual decisions that the board will have to make, this board and future boards, will be made as time goes by and as we continue to see that growth into the future. What I am very pleased with this study is that it shows us that there's a way for us to do this. There are actually many ways for us to achieve this decarbonization. There are certain strategies that we call no regrets strategies that we believe that regardless of what future we have coming our way, though, that we more or less know where our resource portfolio should go. But again, I wanted to remind the public that we are not making a decision now. We are studying what pathways we have. And because of that, we can continue to chart that course into the future.
Great. So I appreciate the presentation, Colton, and everyone who's been helping us understand the work that's already been done. There are two decarbonization projects that are being presented today, and I would like to take a little break here now and make sure we take some input and comments and questions specific to the energy modeling side of the decarbonization work. And I thought I saw a hand from Director Moody, but then it kind of went away. Director Moody, did you have a question? I think I see you there.
Yeah, handful of questions. Javier, I appreciate that interjection. I think, for me at a high level, this is helpful to kind of understand what the potentiality is, right? Like what are the potential scenarios and how might we get there? What are the implications for affordability, reliability, and resilience? So I think at scale, it's really helped me to understand what that might look like. But to your point, the decisions get made in the years leading up to that, right? And so I don't know that there's an answer here, but I just kind of find myself wondering, okay, what are the next decisions that we foresee in the future that are going to be important? I suppose the IRP is a clear indication of what the next 5 years is going to look like and what those decisions are going to be. So I assume that, is it correct to assume that, it's all those forks in the road, and those decisions will come at us as we continue to do our constant planning, assessing the system, examining the load growth potential. And is it in that sense the same process going forward? This is just a very crucial data point that helps us make those decisions once they arrive, or is that process perhaps modified in some way based on what we've learned through this study?
I think, one thing from my perspective, one thing it does is it lays out the types of decisions we're going to have chronologically, and it lays out the magnitude of those decisions in a way that can really inform the way the district needs to act and posture. And so, kind of in that 5-year window, we've talked a lot about the integrated resource plan and how that includes specific assets to solve specific load And as Javier noted, the load uncertainties into the future, the technology uncertainties, both cost and operational capabilities will really be absorbed and processed as we progress closer to that next 5-year window. And I think just this gives us a very good look out the dashboard on the types of things we should expect in those incremental 5-year windows.
Okay, that's helpful. If it's okay, Eric, I've got a couple more. Can I keep going? Yep. One of the key findings specifically mentioned community-wide energy efficiency. I'm curious about, so that's good. I love seeing that that's something that's going to be critical to our success here. Curious about the way in which community-wide distributed generation shows up in the modeling and the extent to which that's, and it wasn't, I don't think maybe I missed it, but it wasn't highlighted as a key takeaway, which is to say, my impression, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's not as important in achieving our goals, but help me understand how community-wide distributed generation, clean generation shows up in the modeling and what we could expect that to look like.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I can take that, Brad. So actually, we did include distributed resources in the modeling economically to be selected by the model for our portfolio. What we find, kind of overall is just that the similar production profile of, customer-owned generation, very similar to the utility scale production profile, but the utility scale is a lower cost, and we included the fact that, customer side wouldn't incur transmission interconnection, but the model still picked utility scale. I think that and this is where there's only so much the model can do. There are limitations of any model, but we know that the economic preference is for utility scale, but when it comes to those implementation challenges, and we look at the rubber meets the road and rolling things out, there may be practical considerations for customer owned, community scale distributed resources that may help us achieve the goal. So, if it calls for 1,000 megawatts of solar and you can get 100 or 200 or 300 from the community, that would reduce your need for utility scale. And so that's something I think that would be considered as part of the advanced demand side resource feasibility study, and specifically a customer owned solar potentiality study to say how many megawatts can we achieve across different customer sizes and across different installation sizes within the community. So that's part of the work that's earmarked for that advanced demand side resource feasibility study.
Okay, and that's part of what I was curious about too, is to understand that second bullet there, that how that might look. Just quick one director's impression here is that definitely seeing the goals and targets that I'll say large organizations are setting, certainly not unique to our service territory, but across the country and across the globe for that matter, when it comes to them setting science-based targets for reducing their emissions. Clearly, a cleaner kilowatt hour is helping them achieve those targets, but it likely is only going to get them so far, and so they've got the goals right now. It's execution time, I suppose. Feels similar to what we're working on. It'll be interesting, in my view, to see how they're able to how that will influence the decisions that we make. Maybe I'll just leave it at that. Not knowing what it might look like, but I certainly can envision the corporate sector in particular really leaning into these investments in ways that perhaps we've not seen before, acknowledging that some of our largest customers are, have these goals and are pretty close to achieving them anyway, right? So anyway, I think it's just going to be fascinating to see how that evolves over time, to see what impact it has on us. Let's see here. A couple more quick questions. We referenced risks associated with accelerating the decarb, supply chain, financial, grid interconnection, operational. maybe this is a yes or no question, but fair to assume that those are topics that find their way into our enterprise resource management, and perhaps those are further down the road, but I'm just kind of curious about how those are showing up in our risk management discussions, acknowledging that we can't share the details of those discussions today in a public setting, but I'm curious about how those are intertwined and connected.
Yeah, thanks, Director Moody. I think, one thing I would just add momentarily to Colton's commentary is that while we're analyzing the customer participation levels of DER, either from a capability or customer saturation perspective, those customer programs are advancing forward. And so there will be opportunities for many of those folks who would like to participate in the decarbonization effort in that way. We've talked a lot in the past about removing obstacles and ease of process, ease of administrative execution. And so those will continue. And so I just wanted to kind of add a brief supplement there. As we're studying these things, we are also seeing action on the product development and marketing side to offer these sorts of solutions. And I might apologize, Director Moody, maybe somebody else got a copy on your question, but I might have you restate that if that's not too much trouble. I apologize.
Yeah, sure. We highlighted a couple risks associated with accelerated decarbonization, right? We've got the pathway to 2050, but if we accelerate it, there are risks that arise, and I'm just curious about how the discussion of those risks gets incorporated into our enterprise risk management discussions and the work that team is doing. And again, I think it's fairly maybe it's straightforward and we don't need to get into them today, but I'm just kind of wanting to connect those dots.
Very good. Yeah, I understand that. And I think Scott may have comments as well, but we do have kind of a NERC identified risk around kind of the changing bulk electric system and the implications to energy providers while they pursue these sorts of things to make sure that the grid is reliable and operating in historically predictable ways. And so that does get picked up by by some of our risk management programs, and we are considering that, and we disposition those things and manage those things in accordance with that program. So thank you for reiterating the question.
Yep.
I wouldn't necessarily say I have anything additional to add. I thought you did a really good job, Brad, and pretty much took words out of my mouth. So thank you for that.
Okay, I'll relinquish the floor for a while to let some others hop in here. Thank you.
Great. Director Bogner, did you have questions? I saw a hand and then it went away. Are you still interested? Tell you what, I see a hand from Director Yoder. How about Rick? You want to jump in?
I did not realize I was muted.
Ah.
Can I go, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I have comments. I don't have any questions. So I think the work that you guys have done in this space is tremendous. I think that setting sort of this to kind of tag on to what Director Moody was talking about with his first comments, I think what this tees us up to do is to also identify when opportunities present themselves that maybe we didn't expect to see for until like later down the road. For example, if we see a technological change and that has there's a cost value to execute that option earlier, it allows us to be more proactive because we've identified that it's a path that we need to potentially take. It's one of those offshoots, right? So I think that that's a really exciting, proactive way to approach this goal. So thank you. I think that we will see the fruits of that as the years progress. With regard to existing building stock and energy efficiency, I'll just throw out there that probably about 2/3 to 75% of our existing building stock will still be here in 2040, 2050. So it'll be really critical for our efforts on energy efficiency to consider the existing building stock, but specifically like look at when interventions can be made on those buildings. And then there's a handful of, I would say, typical intervention points, such as points of sale or responding to, something like a fire or a flood or something like that. Those are opportunities for not to just kind of like what we talked about earlier, not just to replace with like and kind, but then do those upgrades. And so I would encourage our programs and plans to kind of reflect viewing opportunities or for intervention on buildings. Those are my 2 comments. Thank you.
If I could actually respond to that, I think that the team did find that, the stock rollover of buildings and just greater efficiency of buildings over time is one of the, building heating, building HVAC is one of the most energy intensive end uses. And so they provide long-term returns and reduce the size of OPPD systems. So, we captured that at a high level. We still need to figure out the challenges of maybe how that gets implemented, but for sure it was incorporated. So.
Great, thank you. Director Yoder, I see a hand. Oh, hang on, Rick, check that other mute button.
Mute, yeah, right. Just to follow on with that thread, let's not forget we have a rates lever that we can use there as well. I mean, the concept of rates tied to building performance, energy per square foot is, I think, well known and something that we would have available to us and something that could be moved out relatively quickly, I believe. But really my comments and questions here, let me ask the process question. I see a few things I could comment on these slides, but as I understand it, the information that we have here feeds into the IRP. So if I have comments, can I just submit it as a comment to the IRP? Is that a valid approach?
Yeah, we would love any and all of your comments, Director Yoder. I think one thing that may be worth clarifying that we've tried to do, at least within the systems committee space, is how the IRP within, really kind of has that 5-year to try and be as specific as possible to give as much clarity as possible to the customers. And then the decarbonization study was included in the appendix of the IRP to give a high quality signal and to use it really as a communication mechanism to inform people around how we're thinking about these types of decisions beyond the 5-year window. So thank you for the space here just to kind of create some more awareness around that dynamic, but we would certainly have any other questions.
All right. Well, I guess I have a question. Well, first, I want to thank you for using the term hydrogen enabled on, I think it's slide 60. I think it has been unclear to some who that have a wishful thinking, I guess, in their makeup that it was pure hydrogen whenever we talk about it. So I do appreciate that clarification there. I'm wondering on slide 64, how did we define extreme weather event in that first bullet?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So extreme weather events were those one we modeled where we had the most challenging resource adequacy outcomes. And so those extreme weather events included times of extended high temperatures, periods of extended low temperatures, and then periods of extended low renewable output. Those are principally the extreme weather events where we saw that would challenge the resource adequacy of the system.
Thank you. And the timelines for that were in the order of days, right? Not hours?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is when you have systems that have a sufficient amount of energy storage, you know, those become depleted relatively quickly in a number of hours, and then the resiliency of sort of outcomes sort of materialize, and that's usually over a course of several days. Yes.
Okay,
And I
thank
should
you.
add, I'm sorry, one more thing, and that is that the resiliency study also considered what we called extreme localized weather events, things like tornadoes and floods. And in those events, you know, we found that our connection to the rest of the SPP system was the critical and determining factor in supporting a local system reliability, if that makes sense.
It does, and I thank you for mentioning that. I think it's important to keep mentioning that, the value of having that connection. Thank you. Shifting to slide number 59, I'm don't know, how did the study address OPPD's role in shaping the curves that are put out there? And I'm thinking specifically about the bullets on, it says this depends on electric vehicle adoption and adoption of electric heat pumps. So what's OPPD's role in bending those curves?
Yeah, thank you, Director Yoder, for the question. I think you're doing a really nice job of kind of talking about the integration of the work streams and how they need to stay connected and ultimately complementary of each other. And so you're a little bit ahead of me, I guess, a little bit ahead of us. In the community piece, we plan to talk about the efforts the district is underway to facilitate electric vehicle adoption and these other things where we have a opportunity to be a voice in the community. And so we want to step into that within the community section of this. And so a lot of the integration, I think, between these two work streams, energy portfolio and community, energy portfolio is kind of painting the range around speed and magnitude of the adoption of these sort of things, what that means for us. And then the community piece really comes in to say, here's how we would participate in some of those settings to either enable or drive some of these customer choice items that would fall within the bounding cases of the load, so to speak, at least with electric vehicle adoption. So I hope that's helpful just to kind of connect the two work streams in that regard.
It is helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Underwood. Slide 62. I'm sorry. I'm going to react to the statement here. Advanced nuclear or hydrogen fuels need to reach nuclear. There we go. Nuclear may be economic by 2035. So that's in particular, I guess, what I need to react to. It may be, but as I think I've heard you mentioned before, organizationally, we need to have, this will be a new kind of nuclear is what I'm thinking. It's not the existing nuclear. And so we would have to have some organizational experience with it. We would want to make sure that it's proven out in the marketplace. I don't think that we want to buy the first one that's available, or maybe even the second or third. And then it takes time to actually, move from our study of would it be good to, okay, now we got to prove it, to actually get, I think 2035 is maybe a little optimistic is all I would say.
Yeah, if I could respond to that, I think we only had nuclear showing up in a very small handful of cases. And it was only where they had breakthrough costs. But to your point, there's so many qualitative information and maturity of the technology that would need to be reevaluated. But not something that comes up as a baseline recommendation, in the main scenarios, if that makes sense.
I would agree. I would agree too. If it's okay, Director Yoder, you talk about kind of the Natrium or the TerraPower model. You talk about Hitachi's BWRX TAC 300 model. You can talk about the NuScale technology. There's a bunch of horses kind of running in this race, And we've got staff that has got their head and hearts kind of following this stuff. And so I think Colton really got it well. Whereas if one of those breaks through or emerges and we get some operating experience to your sort of characterization around runtime and reliability associated with the technology, that's when we would really sort of shift from a monitor potentially to an engage type platform. So thank you for letting me make that comment.
Oh, thank you for the clarification. And then the last one is slide number 57. And the highlighted language on 57 on the last bullet, reliability and resiliency. This continues to be a little bit of a sore point for me in that the resiliency, Mr. Underwood, you and I have traded emails about differing definitions on resiliency. And I don't know that we as an organization have landed publicly on the definition. It seems like we've, if we're going to keep using both words and as a design criteria, it seems close to changing our mission a little bit, which ought to be a board conversation. So response, I guess I'm very watchful about the use of the term resiliency when we're making decisions, because I think there needs to be a clear understanding on the part of both the board and management that there's a full acceptance of what it is, and whether we want to have an extended reliability, which for me means extending the redundancy and the capital investment when we broaden that reliability definition, or if we're going to or if we're really going to talk about resiliency in a different frame of definition.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic, and we've got some kind of conversation going in the committee space with systems around kind of SD9 and SD4, and so I'm cautiously optimistic this discussion will advance. I know many feel challenged by it inside and outside of our building, and I think really the impetus for our use here is more of an education that those two things can sometimes be different. And as system planners, we want to make sure that the system operates reliably in a way that people are used to. And then we also want to make sure that the system can withstand and respond, hopefully promptly, to a system event. And I acknowledge that's a very imperfect type of discussion on the definitions, maybe to the root of your comment. But I thank you for the comment and am inclined to agree.
SD9 will solve it all.
So, Director Yoder, following up there, the timeline on the SD9 language update was intended to be after this presentation and the presentation next month, specifically to address some of that. So this information is intended to help inform that policy language update. And as Brad said, yes, this is something that is actively being discussed in systems as part of the SD9 update and how it relates to SD4. So appreciate your comments, and I'm sure that we are listening and will incorporate that into the work in the systems committee as we go forward. So I do see your hand again. Did you have a follow-up there? Oh, okay, hand down, great. I don't see other hands, so I have a couple quick questions, and then I do want to wrap this up and move to the second part of the presentation. As Javier highlighted earlier, this is the first time we've done kind of a longer term planning, resource planning discussion. And so I think the overlap between the timeline of the decarbonization study and the IRP is really important, and something I want us to make sure that we understand. The decarbonization projects load growth, and that is not something that is specifically under OPPD's control. And so on, I think it was slide 59, perhaps, we can take a look at that one real quick. This is what I mentioned earlier about the relationship between the two studies. When we look at the longer term timeline, sorry, let me qualify that. I agree and appreciate the fact that the IRP shows the power with purpose resources and matches the load scenarios that we see from the decarbonization work in the 5-year timeline that is covered by the IRP. And my question then is, as we look outside of the 5-year resource planning timeline of the IRP, and we see the load growth, either the peak in megawatts or total consumption in gigawatt hours reflected here, the IRP shows the reference case as a projected future load beyond the 5-year timeline. But in the decarbonization study, the reference case is not, to my understanding, one of the decarbonization pathways. That was included only as a baseline of a non-decarbonized steps forward for our resource planning process. And so I think it's really important that we understand how, as we now move through the 5 years of the IRP before the next IRP, how are we projecting forward outside of that timeline so that we know what to expect in our load growth and how we will respond so that we stay on that timeline to a decarbonization pathway by 2050. Again, my understanding of reference was that it was not one of the decarbonization pathways. And so if someone could help me understand a little bit of how the longer term timeline relates back to the work within the IRP and then how that will carry forward, because the next time we'll do an IRP is 5 years from now.
So I'll start here, Brad, and then I would appreciate some comments, I think, around our broader work, perhaps. But what we have in the IRP as far as our reference load scenario matches what is in the decarbonization E3 report as the reference load scenario for the first 10 years. And so those are consistent. I think the question here is how fast is the rest of the economy going to decarbonize, and how much is that going to add incremental load to our system? And so I think that that's a very good question. I think that OPPD has, an opportunity to influence that, and we've talked about that with our customer and community work. We've had specific discussions around how that might impact us. But our load forecast is going to be, as far as our reference load forecast, over the next 5 years, I think is something that is based on the data and projections that we have currently. And so I'm not worried about, I think that we're fully satisfied in terms of our resources within the next 5 years. So Brad, do you want to take maybe the larger components of this?
I think it's a great comment, Colton. Here's the way I think about it, Director Williams. You can see the co-located coloring of lines from about 2020 to 2025, and that's generally the framework for the detail that we have in the IRP being 5 years. I see a world where in the next one we file that 2027 to 2032 is going to look a lot like those co-located lines from 2020 and 2025. So as we progress through the evolution and we realize the load profile within kind of those bounding cases, we would continue to sort of conform those, and by doing that, we would be able to better understand sort of the trajectory of where the 2050 load will end up, and of course, as Colton said, influenced by community outreach and other customer programs that we offer regarding electrification.
Great, and I guess the reason I ask is that we've talked in the past about the lengthy timeline for new resource procurement, something like 5 years or more even. So if we look at the potential identification of need for new resources on a timeline of 2028 or 2029, that would be prior to the next IRP. And so that sounds to me like it would trigger an internal resource planning discussion and potentially a board action in order to authorize resource procurements prior to the next IRP, which would then be reflected in the next IRP. Is that generally a summary of if we identify new load, what would need to occur?
That is correct, Director Williams. This is no different, really. What you describe is no different than what we went through with Power with Purpose a couple of years ago. And acknowledging that resource planning is an activity that takes place all the time. It's not just confined to the 5-year IRP process. But yeah, your description is spot on.
Great, and I appreciate that. And like I said, I want to make sure that we're all clear about the understanding of how all of these things overlap and relate to each other, so that as we make updates to SD9 and consider SD7 and SD4, if we know that the potential for a resource procurement decision would occur prior to the next IRP, I want to make sure that we understand the process that would be used going into that resource planning and then that resource procurement decision, because it would be before the next IRP process. And that's something I want to make sure that we are all understanding clearly, because there are so many different planning activities and so many different processes happening. So I appreciate the clarification. And I think that's something we'll keep in mind as we do policy language updates in the systems committee over the next several months.
And Director Williams, if I may, I think this you bring up a great point, and this is on as a learning organization, we're always trying to figure out ways to improve, and this is one where the next time we go through another process similar to the Power with Purpose resolution and ultimate approval for that, something we heard and we are learning really well is we need a little bit better stakeholder process, and maybe give a little bit more notice. So this is something that we will definitely incorporate into the planning and ultimate presentation of a resolution. Whether it's a formal IRP or not, that's yet to be seen, but it'll be part of a resource planning, stakeholder outreach, and eventually conclude with the board making those decisions that I spoke of earlier in the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Javier. And I recognize that this has stretched quite a ways over the roughly half of the time for the agenda item here. I don't see any other hands or comments at this time. So I guess I would like to hand it over to whoever will be doing the presentation on the second work stream related to decarbonization to give this portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Paul, I can give you a little introduction. So Paul Forney is going to talk about the customer project, but one thing that I think Brad did a really good job of kind of setting the tone was, he talked about the energy portfolio project, giving this really high level look, and it really kind of set that economy-wide view, especially with energy efficiency, beneficial electrification, those types of items. And Paul's going to get really granular down to the customer level on how they can reduce their own greenhouse gas emissions, how we can help. And you're going to see ties back to the energy portfolio in terms of, again, beneficial electrification like EVs and other appliances. You're going to see things for energy efficiency, customer-owned generation. And you're also going to see a tie forward to next month when we bring the community and internal ops projects here. So starting to put all the pieces together. And I'm glad we had some good foreshadowing there earlier. But with that, I'm gonna turn it over to you, Paul.
Great. Thanks, Ryan. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the customer work stream. I'm going to talk about the objectives, how we went about our work, and then kind of get into some of our findings and where we go after this work stream kind of wraps up a little bit. So again, the customer work stream was to identify programs and products to help OPPD's customers reduce their personal carbon footprint. We started out by wanting to look outside the four walls of OPPD and really look at what's going on outside in the world, both in the utility industry and outside, to understand what others are doing, what technologies are out there, and kind of level set so that we could go forward and kind of understand what might be possible for OPPD to help our customers. We wanted to look at the framework that we use every day in product development and marketing, and make sure that decarbonization is something that is considered as we prioritize the work in that and go forward. Again, just making sure that it's valued and that we're tracking it as well. And then finally, we wanted to kind of create a repeatable process. We didn't want this to be a one and done exercise. We wanted to make sure that the work we put in place could be continued by others. So again, we could figure out as we go forward in this journey to net zero by 2050, how does products and programs play in there, and how do we put our best foot forward and use our resources the best way we can in order to get progress. So from a deliverable standpoint, obviously it was a product strategy. We wanted to create a product roadmap that really had a 3 to 5 year focus. Again, we wanted to start with how do we help our customers reduce their own carbon footprint. And initially, that focus is more on the energy efficiency side. But as OPPD's generation becomes more renewable, that focus is going to shift to beneficial electrification, and how do we help with products and services to make sure that the energy that we have is more reliable. And then finally, we also decided to create an acceleration plan, which was really just a look at if we wanted to go faster, if we needed to go faster, what are those resources and what are the commitments that OPPD would need to make in order to be able to accelerate products and programs. Next slide. Oh. So we created like I said, we created a process that is repeatable and not a one and done. And it really started with what we do every day in product development and marketing. So we took the processes and the framework that we have in place that we use today within OPPD to develop new products. But we wanted to tweak it and make sure that there was a focus on decarbonization. We ended up creating some new tools, some ways to gather data that might be a little bit different than what we used. Again, at the end of the day, we wanted to be able to take a whole bunch of different product ideas and really do an apple-to-apple comparison. So we wanted to have the same data for every product, which on the surface, when you try and compare them, might not make sense because they are so different. So that, again, we'd have a way to really make sure that as we created that roadmap and did that prioritization, that the best ideas came to the top. And again, we were looking at how do we get as many customers involved as quickly as possible. So scale, core competencies that OPPD had in order to be able to implement the products, as well as, like I said, scale. Those are the things that that really rose to the top and really would help a product idea maybe get to the top of the roadmap. So once we created the process, we actually piloted it. The initial phase 1 research, we looked at 228 different product concepts to help our customers reduce their carbon footprint. We did everything from, again, looking at what's going on with other utilities. What do successful programs look like? What does the impact to those programs look like for customers? Are they scalable? Do OPPD have the ability to actually create those products with the technologies we have in place today? So we went through that first round. We scored and prioritized those concepts, took the top scoring 26 and did another round of research and really got more granular on those. We did industry benchmarking, we did program designs, we tried to do some high-level cost estimates. Again, we tried to figure out exactly if OPPD was going to offer this product, what would it look like? How would we run it on our systems? What kind of resources would it take in order to be successful? I also want to point out that up front, as well as at the end of our analysis, we did some customer benchmarking and some customer research. We wanted to understand what were the motivations of OPPD's customers, what are their attitudes and behaviors towards carbon reduction and energy efficiency. And then on the back end, once we created our short list, we went back out to customers again to find out were the ideas that rose to the top of our modeling something that also resonated with them, again, to help us inform the prioritization of that roadmap. Well, so this slide really talks a little bit about some of those upfront customer motivations and findings, as well as what was confirmed on the back end when we talked to customers. So what we found out was, customers have an interest in reducing their carbon footprint. They all think it's part of their role. Residential customers really thought it was important that they take steps to do it. They also obviously looked at OPPD as the trusted energy partner. They wanted us to help them figure out ways to do it. They wanted us to point them to sources of information that they could be relied on in order to take those actions. And they also felt that ultimately, the programs that we create, we should help customers, incent customers to take part in those programs and help grow that. Commercial customers kind of felt the same, but even more strongly that they needed a partnership with OPPD. a lot of the solutions that are out there, they found very big and complicated, and they really needed OPPD or wanted OPPD to partner with them, help them create solutions that would simplify that, and again, be that trusted energy partner that could help them implement changes to reduce their carbon footprint. Again, commercial customers were all in favor of OPPD, creating incentives and helping customers get started on that journey. Next slide, please. So here is our initial decarb product roadmap. And I want to point out a few things. I'm not going to go through each one of those in any kind of detail, but we wanted to point out, one, this is the decarb product roadmap. There are several roadmaps within OPPD. So this is not OPPD's roadmap. We have roadmaps for things like advocacy, demand side management, distributed energy resources. So this is one roadmap that's focused on decarbonization. At the end of the day, will be combined with those other roadmaps to figure out where we put our resources and what products we develop at any given period in time. I will point out that when you look at the program types, many of those are things that you would probably find on other roadmaps as well. So there's no magic set of just decarbonization products. Many of them are things that correspond with things like demand side management and energy efficiency, distributed energy resources, beneficial electrification. So it is a combination of a lot of those ideas. But this also gives us a feel for things when you look specifically at how can we help our customers reduce their carbon footprint, what things we think not only does OPPD have the capabilities to bring to the table, but also are things that customers want and can scale, and we can actually see quick results in terms of carbon footprint reduction. You'll also notice that there's a good mix between both residential and commercial customers. So we tried to make sure that, again, we touched all customers throughout the district and make sure that there was something for everyone as we go forward with our roadmap. Mo? So in terms of next steps, first and foremost is we need to make sure that we have assigned ownership within OPPD for that product roadmap. Again, this exercise was not a one and done. This roadmap doesn't just sit there until we go 1 through 24 and then we start over again. It's going to continue to evolve as OPPD's core competencies change. That roadmap needs to be updated as customers' needs change, as technologies change. You know, as we look at the completion of other strategic initiatives at OPPD, like grid modernization, et cetera, you're going to see other technologies that may be implemented, and we need to make sure that we're using some of those technologies to update that roadmap. At an earlier presentation, I talked about enablers, so things like on-bill financing or AMI meters, right? Those are capabilities that, as OPPD develops those, can certainly help us to jumpstart products and programs and accelerate acceptance of those programs. So again, it's as the world around us changes, as customer needs change, and as our technologies change, we need to make sure that we update that roadmap. And again, that starts with having ownership and then following the framework that we develop within the strategic initiative. Next is to make sure that we establish short, intermediate, and long-term targets in tandem with systems transformation. So working with Brad and Colton as they go through those advanced feasibility studies, as we get some actual, go from pathways to actual actions as our generation mix changes, making sure that we understand the role that we need to play with products and programs in terms of reducing carbon, energy efficiency, demand side management, et cetera. So we need to work in concert with the resources across OPPD to truly understand what targets we need to hit and what resources need to be deployed against those in order to be able to hit those targets. And building products isn't something you can do in a day or two. It takes time. In order to get a product to scale over time, again, can take several years. So again, having that planning against a target it's something that is going to be essential to making sure that we actually can hit and the goals that products and programs need to play are actually achieved. Next, after we set those goals, we really need to go back to that list of products on that roadmap and make sure that we're taking those forward as part of our annual planning. Again, part of the research we did with that product roadmap was trying to understand what it would take to implement each product from a budget standpoint, from a resource standpoint. And so again, as we plan for 1, 3, 5, 10, 20 years out in terms of how much energy efficiency or beneficial electrification we might see, we need to understand what that's going to take in terms of resources at OPPD and plan accordingly. We need to make sure that we're tracking our carbon savings and reporting that both internally and externally, so to show the progress that we're making. And then lastly, we need to make sure that we're working with the other work streams, and I talked a little bit about working with the system transformation group. We also need to make sure that we're working with the group, the community group, again, to ensure that we're taking products that today may be focused on individual customers and driving those into community-based initiatives. How do we work with communities, again, to get a groundswell and actually transform some of these products into actual changes in building codes and other things that will push decarbonization forward in a much larger way. I think that is my last slide.
Great. Appreciate the presentation and all the work that has gone into this work stream as part of the decarbonization study. Directors, do you have questions or comments about any of the information that was highlighted here? I see Director Yoder's hand first.
First, unmute, then talk. Yeah, so back to slide number 70. If we can, thank you very much, Mo. You've been great on all of this. So my question is year over year the best measurement here? It looks, I mean, I'm thinking that you're operating not just with influences on the customer that are from OPPD alone, but also from other marketing approaches. So are we leading or are we lagging in market transformation? How do you judge that?
I'm not 100% certain I understand your question entirely. Part of what we did, so not only, when you're talking about the year-over-year growth expectations, right? We tried to look at not only just from a carbon standpoint, but let's say the program was designed to have people switch from gas furnaces to heat pumps, et cetera, right? What does that impact have beyond just OPPD's carbon reduction? Is there a bigger play there? So we tried to look at it, like I said, not just on what is it we're doing with our customers based on the kilowatts that we've saved, et cetera. But we did try to look at it from a bigger perspective as well.
Okay, thanks. Same slide. When you talk about all aspects of decarbonization, I appreciate, I just want to fully understand that. If there is, based on the later table, some energy efficiency that's going on, and I'm sure you're capturing the change in carbon output there. Are you also capturing, perhaps with the same technology, and in this case I'm thinking of water heaters, are you also capturing the opportunity for flattening the curve based on time that the water heater is used or asked to not be used?
Yeah, so certainly if a product had more than one beneficial element to it besides carbon, again, we could be used for DR, or maybe it's distributed resources where we could actually maybe someday tap into the battery storage or something and reverse that so we have additional capacity on the grid, et cetera. We tried to note that you had those benefits, and as well as try to ensure that as we scored apple to apple again, that the more benefits it brought to the table, obviously, the higher it would score. So it wasn't just let's put our blinders on strictly about GHG reduction. We tried to look at all those other factors as well. And when you
That's
talk
terrific.
about the load and trying to do some of that, that's where I made a comment about, today, initially it's kind of focused on energy efficiency, but over time it'll be shifting, because as OPPD's generation fleet becomes cleaner, obviously it won't be about energy efficiency. At that point in time is how do we get more beneficial electrification? How do we shift usage so that, again, it benefits everybody and we have more than enough power at the right time? So again, we tried to include those types of analysis in what we looked at and how we looked at specific products in time.
Thank you. That's terrific. 71, I was surprised by the bullet that says only 4% of the OPPD customers feel their utility is most responsible for improving the environment. Real curious about the framing on that. I mean, OPPD is the largest emitter in both, I think, in Douglas County, but certainly in Otoe County. So it seems like there's some gap between reality and what customers are thinking there.
I don't remember the exact question or how we asked those questions. I don't think it was framed in terms of who's most responsible for the carbon that's emitted today. I think it was more about as reducing your own carbon footprint. Do you see OPPD playing a larger role in that, or is that something that you should take responsibility for? And so I think customers realize that, that carbon footprint that they have isn't just about OPPD. It's also about other sources of energy they have and other aspects of their life that have nothing to do with OPPD as well. So I think they recognize that part of that being better stewards of the planet, et cetera, is something that they need to take personal responsibility about. And that's kind of, I think, what that bullet represents.
Yeah, and Director Yoder, I appreciate your point there. And I I really appreciate what Paul and the team have been doing here, which is let's meet the customer where they're at, right? And the perception from the customer will really inform the type of work we need to do and how do we engage communities, whether it's factual or not, needs education or not. I mean, those are the things that we're starting to figure out now, so that our programs can be more effective going into the future.
Great. Thank you very much, Javier. Last question, slide 73. So what are the last bullet, I think, what are the levers for market transformation? Are there needed, are board level policies in place, or are there some that are needed?
I don't know that we fully know the answer to that yet. I think it may be needed. I think it really starts with understanding, having those conversations at the community level to understand what's important to them and what initiatives are they trying to undertake, and then figuring out how do we play into that, whether it's a specific product that we could create or something that could help incent that behavior, or whether it's helping communities lobby for building code changes or whatever it might be. Again, I think it can take a lot of different forms, and I think that it's not one specific roadmap or one specific way to get there. I think it's a whole combination of things that will change over time. Again, as the community's needs change, as their residents' needs change, and depending on what capabilities we have, I think we have a role to help those communities drive change on a bigger way than just dealing with individual customers themselves.
And Paul, I might add just a little bit there. So this is a tie forward to next month when we bring the community work stream to the board, and you're going to see 4 areas where we really recognize where OPPD has the most opportunity to affect carbon reduction in communities. And I think that'll help answer your question, as well as a lot of what we identify as the areas of opportunities, but how you actually interact there ties a lot back to the customer work stream as well, in the products and services and the education. And to your point, there's room for advocacy in there, either at the governmental level or at the board level as well. So good question. I think we'll have more information for you next month.
Good stuff, guys. Thanks.
Dr. Moody.
Okay, thank you. So before I've got a couple of questions, but before I do, again, I just want to acknowledge that the quality and the importance of this work, and I'm framing both this and the stuff that we covered earlier. So I just wanted to hit that point as hard as I could before I ask some questions. If we go to, back to slide 72, curious about, I don't see a whole lot there that's customer-owned generation or distributed. And in particular, I guess I'm curious about the absence of commercial customer-owned generation. I don't need to see the analysis or anything like that, but I guess that strikes me as a much larger scale, thereby perhaps connecting us to meeting our decarbonization targets sooner and faster. So I'm kind of curious as to what the potential or lack thereof is with respect to commercial customer-owned generation.
I think there's absolutely potential there. I'll add a couple things. One, as I said, this is one of many roadmaps that we have. So there is a distributed energy resources roadmap that would contain those things. Part of our focus was not, I'm guessing there are things, if you looked at our broader concepts at 226, you would probably see more. Again, our initial focus was short term, and it was about what things do we have capabilities to do based on core competencies, et cetera, based on how do we get more customers involved. So if you could ramp up with a ton of customers very quickly so that we could have more customers thinking about reducing their carbon footprint and get them marching down that road themselves, obviously that got you some priorities from a distributed resources standpoint. Again, some of those things, just because of the nature of how large they are, what it takes to get those off the ground, might have held them down a little bit when it comes to this particular roadmap. But that doesn't mean that we're not considering them and we're not covering them in other areas.
Yeah. Yeah, and perhaps apologies. I continue to forget that we've got other roadmaps as it relates to some of the products and services, and I feel like we've discussed in the past that didn't show up on an earlier conversation pertaining to this because it's on a separate roadmap. So perhaps it's my inability to recollect that. But it does. Correct me if I'm wrong. It is. I mean, we've got a ton of action going in that space, so it's not as though it's not happening. It just didn't show up on this roadmap. Is that right?
Absolutely. And I'll just add, in Colton's presentation, he talked about the advanced feasibility studies, and one of those being the rooftop solar potentiality study. That starts to go along that way. Not only is that residential rooftops, but it's also commercial rooftops as well.
Yeah.
So that is absolutely part of the planning that is going on, whether it's specific to this roadmap or other roadmaps. That work is taking place to figure out how do we proceed in that.
That's all good. Last comment on that I would simply make is that if I, as a director, am not connecting those dots, it's going to be hard for the public to have line of sight into that. So as we talk publicly and externally about the kinds of things that we're doing to help our customers and the partnerships that we need on this journey, let's combine those roadmaps a little bit. Again, that might be stating the obvious.
Director Moody, if you don't mind if I step in, this is Heather Siepkin,
Yeah.
Director of Development and Marketing. So I think Paul did an excellent job to kind of address it. We do have multiple, roadmaps in terms of what we're addressing. And I want to make sure that that it's understood, that the scope of what he is presenting here is narrow in consideration of all the different products and services that we're looking at to support our customers. And again, anything from decarbonization to customer-owned generation down to easier ways for them to pay their bill or digital technologies that they can engage with us on, right? So these roadmaps are broad, they're long. I think the point well made, and I want to make sure that it's not missed in Paul's response here, is it's a quantity over quality sometimes. Would that the customer-owned generation most certainly is going to make a larger impact singularly, but the amount of customers we can get there quickly is going to take longer for us to ramp up based on some of our marketing research and where we're going. So I think what you're seeing here is how do we get there a little bit faster with, yes, more programs than focusing in on the one. But I also want to say, while I answer that way, I'm my own devil's advocate, and I want to throw out the caveat that there is a customer-owned generation roadmap, and we are still exploring that as the interest continues to grow, specifically in the C&I space, and that's why you see it as a 2022 deliverable. I think it would help, and I do agree, and that's where I wanted to jump in, and you almost beat me to the punch, or you did beat me to the punch. I do think it would be very helpful at some point in time to bring a presentation to you guys to really show the connectedness of these roadmaps. My team is actually doing a couple off sites, really working together to start collaborating better about what it is we need to do when we need to do it. And we've been really cognizant about making sure that we take the right steps before we just get to a product. And this, you're going to hear about it in the PI committee, but even the solar rebates is a great example of that, of how we needed to take the time to build a system first so we could administratively handle that type of product. And then we went out and we had to bring in, a solar trade ally network before we just had a rebate or before we just had a product that achieved some of those goals. So there's a lot of pre-product work, I guess I want to say, or pre-products that need to exist before sometimes we get to the big bang of a product. And I think that's what you're seeing specifically in our customer-owned generation space, and why we're spending so much time getting ready and ramping up to that. But I would offer to come back here soon in the near future to maybe show you a more comprehensive view of all of the products over the next handful of years. And I think that would be enlightening to how you see this specific narrow roadmap fit into a much larger picture, if that would help. And that's all I've got.
Yeah, yes, that would help me personally. I'll leave it to the other directors to determine if and when that makes sense. But that was really helpful, Heather, for you hopping in there. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Two more things. One is I'm kind of thinking about what the utilities' most important role is in helping to affect change within our customers, thinking about market transformation, that 4% number that we talked about earlier, whatever the source of that is. And the thing that I wrote down was education plus partnerships. And I guess the reason I bring that up is because clearly, that first takeaway, Paul, was customers want to do the right thing. And in some cases, they're willing to pay a little bit more. They need the education and understanding for what it is that they could or should be doing. And who better to help them on that front than us? But I also think that, and I need to phrase this as a question. What is our organizational view as a public utility when it comes to whether or not we enter the marketplace, so to speak, to provide a service or a product versus standing up and supporting or partnering with businesses, nonprofits, whoever it might be, that is sort of in the same space doing the same work, where perhaps they just need a rebate to get that, the ball rolling or whatever it might be. Help me understand how we think about entering those marketplaces and what our role is versus those that are already in the marketplace.
I can take
think
that,
the answer,
Paul. I can take that really quick. I'll take the high level and then let the team get into the details. We are one of, if not the largest economic engine of the region, right? What we do lets people live and do business and generate prosperity and wealth, etc. So from that perspective, I think there's a key role that we play in meeting the needs of our customer owners where there aren't any substitutes, any better ways for our customer owners to achieve that value. And I think that's at the core of the public power model. But it is also very important for us to understand that at some point we could be competing with other businesses, and so it's a delicate balance. At some point there are other businesses that could be performing those services, those products for our customer owners in a more efficient way, and if that is the case, then we move aside and say, job well done. We started, and then we take a step back. But I think it is very important for us to understand that ultimately we're here to serve our customer owners in the best possible way we can, including those customer owners who are also business owners who are here to serve the community. So it's a delicate balance. I don't think I can tell you exactly when we would step aside, but I think it's important for us to understand that at some point we step aside if others can provide those services better than we do. We think we can do a really good job, but others can too.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Javier. It reminds me of my time when I was at the Federal Reserve Bank, which you know extraordinarily well at this point, where the Federal Reserve Bank was both the regulator of banks, but also a service provider to banks in terms of clearing checks, right? And I know that there was a lot of discussion about that tension. So I'm just kind of curious. And what you just described in terms of the complexity and the nuance there is going to be, I think it was great and will be something for us to keep an eye on as we go forward. Sorry, somebody's calling. One last quick question, and this is perhaps a zoom out question, but I'm curious about now that we've got some clarity around decarbonization is at a super high level, and the pathways are becoming increasingly known. Help me understand how this is starting to inform the other strategic initiative work stream related to our people, and what that, where we, and again, if we need to go offline with this, that's super fine. Part of the reason I'm asking is because, naturally the writing is increasingly clear on the wall, right? That there is a significant transformation underway. And so I'm kind of curious about how we're thinking about that and how those work streams are lining up. And again, if this needs to go offline, if it's a bigger conversation, that's fine too.
I would say, in the interest of time, a great question. I think this deserves probably a little bit more time and discussion. I'm happy to provide that. If you're okay and a little patient, we'll follow up with that.
Yep,
for sure.
That's fine. Thank you.
Great. Janice, you have your hand up?
I did have my hand up. So I wanted to say that I really appreciate the robust market research that was done for this effort. Julie's hopefully enjoying her retirement now, but one of the things I really appreciate about her was the fact that when we would bring up, well, why isn't OPPD doing this? And why aren't they doing that? And why aren't they offering this product or this service? She would say, well, we have to do the market research. And so when I was talking to Tim the other day, Mr. McElravy, I challenged him to continue that, to challenge board members as we bring up these things. But this kind of market research really makes sense to me, and I appreciate all that this work represents. And after the discussion with Craig and everything, I think my question has been answered, that this is probably on another different roadmap. But one thing in our rural communities is our biggest users of energy has to do with running our water treatment plants for wastewater. And every small community that has a wastewater treatment plant, that electricity for that plant is one of our biggest budget items every month. And so something, I don't know if that's anything that you've considered, that co-locating some renewable resources, solar, whatever, with those water treatment plants would be one of the options you would consider. So probably outside the scope of this product roadmap, but certainly on the distributed energy product roadmap, that that we've considered those water treatment facilities and how they impact small communities and our budgets, and how OPPD could be a partner for those communities in the future. So that was my only comment, other than the fact that I appreciate all the research that you do before you roll out these products. And Heather had given us a kind of a heads up in PI committee that there was a lot of customer products and services rolling out in the next few months. So thank you for all that work.
I appreciate the comments, and I have just one thing to add about the water treatment. You'll actually see us talk about that next month. We identified that as one of the top 4 areas we can impact communities, is in that water energy nexus, both in water treatment and in water like cleaning and distribution. So great comment, and it's a good segue to next month as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Great. I don't see other hands or hear other comments. I don't have a question, but I just have a comment about the list of the key findings on the product roadmap. I appreciate how we focused on efficiency and conservation, because that achieves not only the decarbonization outcome, but by helping our customers save energy, they will also save money. And in some instances, that can even help add reliability and resilience to the customers individually through potentially some of that distributed generation or even storage. So achieving multiple parts of our mission simultaneously, I think that's great to see. And thank you for highlighting the difference type of program type as it's listed in the roadmap, and how that can provide various benefits to our customer owners. And lastly, I have mentioned in the past that we need to be clear about recognizing the potential challenge that by encouraging conservation and efficiency and distributed generation to our customer owners, we are indeed helping them out. But that does introduce the challenge of reducing the demand or the sale of our primary product, electricity. And that is a market shift that I think we talked a little bit about in our innovation discussions in the past. And so I appreciate that we are looking at these products and services, and that we are preparing for how the change in the utility sector more broadly will require transformation of our market. And I see a lot of that in all of the decarbonization work that we've been doing. And I want to keep bringing it up, because I do think it's really important that there is that potential inherent bias against encouraging our customers to consume less of our product, but remembering that those are customer owners and that we represent them and need to help achieve their outcome of lower energy costs overall. And even if that means that we have some challenges in updating our, I guess you would call it, business model in the way that we sell our primary product. So I appreciate all the work that went into this. That's not a question. Sorry, that's just a little bit of personal commentary at the end. I don't see other hands or comments or questions now. We were a little short on the earlier part of the agenda, and we were quite a bit long here. So Director Bogner, with that, I think that concludes the Systems Committee agenda items. Thanks very much, everyone.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to take a 10-minute break at this point. So I'm actually going to let you have 12 minutes. We're going to come back at 2:10. Thank you. All right, we'll get going. The next thing on our agenda here is Public Information Committee. Director Molhoff, will you provide the report?
Thank you. The PI committee met on February 8th. You see the agenda in front of you. The legislative agenda we'll have here in a minute for the full board. We had a conversation about the direction we're going with SD 11. And then we'll look at some more specific language in March. We got an update on the energy education program that is offered to schools within the district, or to schools within the district, but also there's been some interest outside the district as well. So, and that's for elementary and secondary schools. And then the new solar rebates that'll be rolled out this month. And that's OPPD. Heather can answer any questions if you have them, but OPPD is working with solar installers to award 10 rebates of $5,000 each over the next 4 months. And this was a grant from the Nebraska Environmental Trust. And it seems like a small amount, and it's a short time frame for awarding those grants. And one of the reasons for that is because when they applied for the grant a few years, like almost a year and a half ago, that was about as many applications as we got for solar in a 4-month period of time as we were having. So even though that demand has increased, the grant was submitted before we knew about that information. So that will be rolling out this month. And as I said, it's going to be, they're going to be working with solar installers to have people apply for these grants. Thanks to Heather and her team for working on that. And that's about all. If anybody has questions about that, I'm sure Heather would be happy to answer. I don't see any hands raised. Okay, I will turn it over to Lisa and her team for a regulatory and legislative update.
Hey, thank you, Director Molhoff. Greatly appreciated. I know it's been a long day, so we'll try to go through this fairly quickly, even though there's been a lot going on, especially on the local and state level and federal, but we'll tend to concentrate what's going on down in the unicameral right now. Also, the previous committees, you saw that there is a lot of work going on with the other committees, which has public information portions of it. So appreciate all of the work that the teams and the collaboration has been great. Well, tomorrow will be day 26 of the 60-day session. So as I consider that, we're almost at halftime. And this is truly the crunch time as senators decide what their priority bills are going to be. So with that, Mr. Tim O'Brien, if you could go through the agenda, please. Thank you.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. Thanks, Lisa, and members of the board. It's a pleasure to give you an update. I absolutely love the public process, and so I look forward to giving you an update. A lot has changed, as Lisa said, since last time we spoke. So I'm going to really focus in on the major items that have changed or to bring awareness to you, and then we'll pause for questions at the end. But I do want to thank so many folks involved in the legislative process. It takes a large amount of folks across the district to review bills and think about proposals. I also appreciate Seth and Steve Bruckner and Kelly Fleming and David from our team as well. So with that, Mo, if you want to go to the next slide. As Lisa mentioned, we are thankfully about partway through the venture, but the next week is really critical to understand where things will move through the legislative process. If I draw your eye to middle of February, so February 17th through the 23rd, these are when we start to see priority designations. So each senator has the ability to prioritize a bill. Committees have 2 priority bills, and the Speaker of the Legislature has many, I believe up to 25 speaker priorities. So those are the bills that will move forward in terms of new ideas for the 2022 legislative session. And I'll speak to some of those designations coming up in a little bit. So you'll see many real-time updates from Lisa or Javier and what occurs over the next coming days. So just be aware of that. Next slide, please. I covered this really, the priority status is what's needed to move forward. And so my remarks going through about 7 or 8 slides on highlights of bills will denote which have priority or which may have priority status coming up. Next slide, please. There's several on this slide I just wanted to draw your attention to. If you have specific questions, I'm glad to take them. Steve Bruckner has been an immense help, along with Scott Foshitz. Several of these bills relate to open meetings and operations and functions of the board. The first is LB 742 at the top of the screen. This one was just kind of interesting. It just seeks to clarify how board agendas and minutes are posted. It allows for electronic nature and posting of those. So wanted to highlight that one. 743, this one, there's a lot in this one, but the roots of it are, it would narrow the limit or the ability for boards to discuss certain topics in closed session. In the section, it changes it. It lists a bunch of criteria, but it doesn't relate to OPPD's business interests, so it's in another chapter of where we're governed. So we've had opposition to that bill. There was a hearing held. Not too sure on if this will move forward, but wanted to make sure the board was aware of that particular component. The other on this slide is LB 804. This is changes the compensation for board members of the Power Review Board. The Power Review Board has a function to be an intermediary connected to the Southwest Power Pool, and so travel expenses and those things increase. And so this bill seeks to increase to support the staff needs to support their duties, being a liaison with the SPP. Those are the highlights on this particular slide. You want to go to the next one, please? Perfect. 847, this is one we talked about, I believe, before. This just defines further the ability for political subdivisions to be part of a design, build, construct process. MUD was really the leader of this particular bill. Next one I want to highlight is LB 908. This one we oppose, similar to the other open meetings records, or the board meeting, excuse me. We're working with the Senator McDonald on this to clarify or maybe exempt public power districts from this particular bill. What it would do is it would eliminate the ability for OPPD or other public bodies to take action held in a virtual conference. And so that's certainly challenging in the world that we're involved in today. So that's the crux of our opposition to that particular bill. 914, this is an update or a requirement for the Public Service Commission to maintain a current broadband map. So there's been broadband mapping that's taken place in the state. This would ensure that the Public Service Commission would keep an updated map. We think this is helpful for certainly economic development. It's also interest in OPPD's ability to play a part potentially in connectedness and ensuring that there's broadband across our great state and service territory. 944, we did, I believe, talked about this one last time. There's been no hearing set on that particular bill. I'm about partway through the slides, but I'll pause. Is there any questions so far? All right, seeing none. Mo, you go to the next slide. Several here that are moving tomorrow, actually. So 969, this is a bill that OPPD led the idea generation from, and Senator, it establishes a fund from the recovery dollars to help with enhancements to the system. And so it's a $10 million grant fund, essentially. Danny Belt will testify tomorrow in support of the bill that'll be heard tomorrow. Similarly, 977, this is a bill that would appropriate funds to the Department of Economic Development in terms of a grant program to expand the electrical system. This came from working with Falls City Edge Economic Development, Falls City Utilities. We are also in support of this bill, and I'll be testifying tomorrow on behalf of the district to support LB 977. LB 1002, This is a bill that we worked with NUD on. It allocates $2 million for energy assistance needs for our customers for NUD and both OPPD. 1008, I know this is a bill that's had a lot of interest in just understanding of what this bill may do. It's a little bit on the edges of OPPD's core, so we're continuing to watch and be neutral as it stands. I know there certainly are concerns and questions about potential erosion to local control as it relates to siting of and utilization of natural gas is really the primary focus of that particular bill. 1045, we're also in a neutral capacity on this bill. This bill would allow or basically expand whom could be part of public power district boards. There's a case in the western part of the state where a member of or a manager of a public power entity would like to be on a board of another public power entity in which he or she lives. And so this bill is just clarifying who can be on boards and the expertise that they can bring. Next slide, please, Mo. There's a lot on this next slide, and we're getting some real-time updates even through lunch here. We've had certainly a lot of discussion on LB 1046, 1047, and 1058. We have been working very, very closely with the committee and other senators and our industry, the Nebraska Power Association, worked very, very rigorously on these particular bills to offer amendments and education to the senators introducing and to the committee. We're hearing that they will likely go into executive session over the next couple of days to vote on the status of the bills. And so we're watching that extremely, extremely closely and continue to have discussions with senators and educate them. We've also been privy to a couple of amendments on those bills. And so over, what time is it? The last hour or two, we've been starting to think about what that looks like or what are other ideas that we can include to enhance the bill. So been very, very active just in the last 120 minutes or so. Let's see. Two more bills on this slide, 1099. So even on as of Thursday or Friday when we finish these slides, we continue to learn more about the intent of LB 1099. Senator Bosselman has designated this as his priority bill. Also, some of us had also spoken with one of the large hydrogen generation or hydrogen manufacturers, I guess, so to speak, to think about their position on the bill. We think it's something that makes sense and would work to support this effort. It ties to the infrastructure funds to create a hydrogen hub as designated in that federal proposal. So it could be some great things there that ties to the last couple of discussions on decarbonization. Similarly, LB 1100, this is to conduct a feasibility study on the next generation of nuclear reactors in the state of Nebraska. Certainly a step needed for decarbonization. We submitted a letter just about lunchtime in support of that bill that will have a hearing also tomorrow as well. I'll pause there if there's any other questions. There was a lot on this particular slide. All right, seeing none, there are just about 3 slides left, and then we'll definitely take your questions and comments. All right, let's see. First one on this slide that we've had just discussion and we're really watching is LB 1102, and this bill enhances the authority that the Nebraska Department of Energy and Environment would have, gives them a lot of powers to impose civil penalties on environmental actions. This is somewhat, not somewhat, in a response to some of the things that have occurred, unfortunately, in the Meade area. And so this is to look at that, but then also broadly, what powers might the Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy need to act on some of the, I call it gray space of whose authority is where. So that's one we're continuing to watch very, very closely. 1120 is a bill we opposed. Essentially, the way the recovery funds have came into the state of Nebraska, the city of Omaha has gotten their own bucket, and the state of Nebraska has another bucket. And so this one would basically make all the funds move towards the state's larger bucket. We think some local control of those funds may be appropriate, and thus our position on that particular one. Don't really have any other comments on any other bills on this slide. You want to go to the next one, please? Just two left. The main bill I will draw your attention to is 1255 from Senator Bostar. This is a topic we've talked about the last two legislative sessions, and so the senator has updated the thinking on a climate action study. I really call it an action study rather than a change report. And so this would allocate funds directly to the university to undertake that effort. We like the idea. They've corrected some of the challenges that we had before, just trying to seek to understand of where the funding would come from. And hopefully we'd like to see some enhancements for our sector, or even specifically OPPD, making sure we have a seat at the table to guide that effort and be a great partner in that endeavor. So wanted to highlight that one. The hearing is in a couple of weeks. Last slide. Perfect. The first one, LB 460, that one's still in committee, actually. So we're keenly watching and having discussions on that bill. That was an idea of ours. LB 512, I'm really excited about this one. We've worked really hard. This is a carryover from last year, and Seth Boyle specifically has worked very, very closely with the senator and the committee on this bill. It was voted out last week with a unanimous vote, and so I'm excited about that, and we believe it'll receive a priority designation this week. So really excited about the great work that's taken place really over a year, frankly, to get to this point. So that concludes our prepared remarks of major things that have changed, knowing that many will change over the next week or so. We will continue to keep you informed. I will pause there and hand it back to Lisa or Dr. Mala.
Tim's right. The last few hours, a lot is coming in right now. So the PI committee will be receiving those updates probably tonight and tomorrow, as well as the rest of the board. So with that, Director Molhoff, back to you.
Okay, any directors have board members comments about any of the legislation? I just had a question, Tim. I remember at one of the hearings, Senator Brewer, as he was leaving, said he was going to go to the Appropriations Committee and check on the status of a bill that would increase the production tax on wind and solar. Do you know, is that a bill? I did a bill search and I couldn't find it. Has that been elevated again? And can you give me a bill number?
Excellent question. I'm gonna have to phone a friend, or we'll have to get back to Director Molhoff. Seth, are you familiar? I'm not off the top of my head. I'm trying to look through my notes on the other screen here.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tim, and thanks for the question, Director Molhoff. I think he was referring to the capacity tax bills that always pop up every session or so. From what I've heard, I don't even know if the meeting occurred. So I think it's just one of those things that anytime something comes up about wind or something like that, they always say, well, we got to go check on the capacity tax bills and see if we can get them moving. So.
Okay, I wondered if it was a concern or if it was just something him making it.
Yeah, I haven't heard any concerns yet. It's just more of, that's what they like that's the first thing they refer to if they talk about wind.
Okay, well, I don't see any other hands, so let's move up to the federal legislative update.
Great, thank you. This one is extremely brief. Mostly we'll take questions if you have them. There hasn't been, unfortunately, a lot of interest in major topics that we have interest in. Lots of focus on Supreme Court nominations, and then there's the extension of government funding. Those have been the big parts. We have been active in our support, as you see, about a third tack of continued direct pay for wind and solar, really meaning eligibility for public power entities in those sources. So been very focused on that. We've also been inventorying projects that make sense for the infrastructure funds. Both Seth and Javier have been very active in American Public Power and LPPC in working on those topics and then getting together with their peers and others in the space as we continue to look at what might be next in terms of packages that will move or be new in the federal space. So this is really a placeholder to just give you those quick updates and see if you have questions, and if Seth or Javier have any other remarks. If not, that concludes what we have prepared this month.
I'll share something quick here, Tim, and thank you for the opportunity. I think this is important. There are a lot of efforts, of course, on Capitol Hill. It's really important for me to share that from an industry perspective, both the Large Public Power Council and the APPA, we are very focused on the bills that have already passed. Right, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is incredibly important. That passed, and now there's a lot of activity around how does Congress actually make these happen, all the operational pieces. So we are very focused on that, being at the table through our industry associations, making sure that we have an opportunity to access some of those funds, and at the same time also we are aware of and we are actively monitoring and trying to influence those bills that haven't yet passed, like the Build Back Better Act. So, but it's important for us to differentiate those that have already passed. There's still a long ways to go for us to continue to influence and be at the table, so that when those programs are designed, we can have a better access to those funds.
That concludes our report, Director Mulhoff.
All right, thank you very much. And that concludes the PI report.
Okay, let's see. Next up, we have other business. Moving on to the confirmation of board meeting agenda. So presently we have meeting minutes and then the engineer's certificate under consent action. And we have the VP customer service appointment and compensation approval under board discussion action items. Any changes needed here? I think this looks good. And I see general consensus with shaking of the heads. So, okay, we'll move on. That looks great. We'll stick with that. So as Director Moody highlighted earlier today, board work plan, we discussed kind of a new format for it, but we're not quite ready to unveil that format. So until then, we get to talk about it in the same fashion that we have been. So I'll give you guys a moment to digest this slide. If there are anything that needs to be revised or added, let's know that. Some of these notes should have been added during the last pre-committee meeting, perhaps. Any changes? All right, next one. All right, and then the parking lot. Anything else that we need to do here, folks? No? Okay, move on. We are now going to have a Power with Purpose transmission and substation update. Javier, do you want me to turn it to you and then you can take it?
Certainly, well, just a quick introduction on this, and a reminder to those members of the public who have been very interested in our Power with Purpose updates. We hear you loud and clear. You want to hear about the entirety of Power with Purpose activities. There is a lot of activity happening month to month. Not all of it is ready for us to discuss. You know, we're in negotiations. We are doing a lot of studying. So last month we presented an update on our gas peaking facilities or balancing facilities. This month, we are coming to you with a public presentation on our transmission facilities. It is my intention then that next month we should be able to present something on our solar facilities and the solar efforts that we're moving forward. So we will try to continue to provide this information with this similar cadence that we've had in the past. I am very excited about this presentation here. It is important for the public to understand that none of these generation changes will be effective unless we have transmission infrastructure to move power around and really work on a reliable system. So I am, it is my honor to present you here Mr. Danny Belt, who will take these over for us.
Thank you very much, Javier. You teed it up very nice. Glad to come back to the board and present our update for this month. Two main topics I'm going to be discussing today. One of them is just an update on the Sarpy Southwest Transmission Project. So this is a project that the board has seen several times as we've stage gated through our public involvement process. The other update that we're going to be providing today is just a quick overview of the additional energy delivery infrastructure projects that are required and in motion to support Power with Purpose. Go ahead, Mo, for the next slide. So our last update on Sarpy Southwest Transmission Project really was an update in October of 2021. It was kind of after the public hearing portion of the project, and what we shared at that time was this map. It was intended to show the current route alignment for the project, really kind of identifying what the final decisions were on routing, side of the road, several other key criteria that went into the overall routing side and public involvement process. At that time, this map was shared with the stakeholders and landowners during the public hearing process. And it's the same map that we currently have out on the Community Connect website today. So just to highlight through the rest of the engineering processes that have been in motion since that time is that, there's no changes to the alignment. So really what we're showing here for a map is very indicative, not just from the end of the routing stage, but also through the end of the design phase to show primarily how we're going to achieve the interconnections that we need for Turtle Creek Station. Just to kind of highlight a couple things on the map, the blue and yellow routes are double circuit 161 and 345 kV lines, and I'll have a picture here on the next slide to kind of show what I mean by that. And then the green route, the one further to the right on the map, is showing this. That route's going to be a single 161 kV line. So multiple different transmission lines routed through this area, trying to conserve space as much as we can by double circuiting that infrastructure to provide not just the connectivity and the resiliency, but also to limit land use and impact to landowners. With that, we can jump to the next slide, Mo. So this information is the exact same information that was shared during the public hearing. So really the photo on the right kind of represents what I just referred to on the previous map of the yellow and blue routes. It's that double circuit construction built vertically, monopole structures all out of steel. This is very similar to the work, and in fact, this picture is taken from the Sarpy Transmission Project, which is built down Highway 50 to serve some of our customers along that Highway 50 corridor. And then the photo on the right, same thing, shared in the public hearing, and it really indicates what that green route's going to look like when we complete construction. Go ahead and we can jump to the next slide. So since our last update in October, we've made quite a bit of progress on this project. Primarily the easement acquisition process. We've introduced our easement offers to all 36 for all 36 easements that are required, which is accounting for about 25 landowners on the project. This information, just to kind of indicate how quickly the project is progressing. When this slide was developed just a few weeks ago, we were at the 10% mark. We're now in excess of 25% of our easement acquisition processes have now been signed voluntarily. So making good progress in that space. Some of the primary feedback that we're hearing as part of those easement negotiations is really, alignment between market value and appraised value. What landowners in the area think their property is worth in comparison to what we're using for appraisal information coming from our appraiser. So those discussions, we take all that input into account. We bring it back for discussion with the greater project team to find out if there's some information that we had missed through the appraisal process, and we make the adjustments accordingly. And and go back out with the revised offers as required, just to better align the information, the new information that we're receiving from landowners. The additional work in this at this time is really to acquire any kind of temporary easements that we might need. So what this might mean is that if there's a route to get to a structure that is inaccessible for like a creek crossing or something like that, a lot of times we'll go acquire temporary easements to allow us to come in from a different direction, try to limit impacts to creeks and streams and other land uses that might exist. So those temporary easements are in progress. And then really we're going to be interfacing with these landowners throughout the entirety of the construction process. So the right-of-way agents that are involved with the upfront easement acquisition processes will also be interfacing with these landowners throughout construction to make sure that we're coordinating timing of access to the property, if there's any coordination around, fences and gates and, other things acquired, as part of the project process, then we'll make sure that they're well informed along the path. For the remainder of the design work that's taken place over the last several months, we really secured a lot of the major materials contracts and labor contracts that are required on the project. So really taking advantage of the engineering certification process that was approved back in February of 2021. What an immense amount of change that's happened in our industry over that time, particularly in the supply chain side. And this engineer certification process has really allowed us to take advantage of trying to expedite the material procurement, have more in-depth discussions during contract negotiations with these suppliers on how to mitigate risks, align better with commercial terms, evaluate additional options such as material substitutions and things like that in case that we can't get the product exactly the way that we asked for it in the RFP process. So a lot of great advantages there from that engineering certification process. Really putting us in a good spot with some very great contractors that we've had experience working with in the past, and you can kind of see some of those major contracts there. A few key highlights just on the timeline. Easement final offer letters. So we're really looking at that March timeframe to kind of, really identify the final pieces of information, saying we need to start moving on easements. With the goal of trying to finalize all of that easement acquisition in May 2022. So that we can proceed with construction along the routes. And on the construction side of the schedule, we're really looking at a March 2022 start date. So there'll be a lot of material receiving, storage yard preparation in locations where we have easements. We may start some forestry work to clear the right of way, start building some access roads, some of those sorts of things. So a lot of activity will start taking place here very shortly. I'll maybe pause there real quick to make sure there's no questions before we move on. All right, very good. Next slide, Mo. So most of the updates that we've provided up to now have really been around the Power with Purpose generation facilities as well as the SARP Southwest Transmission Project. I wanted to highlight one of the other new substations that's being built as part of Power with Purpose. This new substation is located at 150th and Capehart Road. Although this sub was identified during the stakeholder process for this SARP Southwest Transmission Project, it's really on a little bit different timeline than the rest of the Power with Purpose projects. You can kind of see there at the bottom of the list there, an August 2022 completion. So really what that timeline is indicating is really the need to support the load growth that's taking place in the region. So we need to get this substation complete to be able to bring on load, and we'll then further integrate all of the transmission line cutovers to the Turtle Creek station as we progress through the timeline. So the additional transmission lines that connect into this sub are providing the network connections for increased transmission reliability. And this substation is also designed to accommodate future expansions in this area if deemed necessary. Next slide, please. So although we aren't quite ready to show a map of all the other substation and transmission items that are taking place in the area, just wanted to share just a few highlights of kind of the extent of what this work really looks like. The two new substations that support Turtle Creek Station and Standing Bear Lake Station, we hear about those routinely with Megan's updates when she provides them on the gas generation sites. Those two substations are integrated into the EPC contracts that we have for those new production facilities. And those things are moving along fairly well. A lot of drawing and document submittals that are taking place back and forth between the EPC supplier and our engineering teams to make sure that they're being built to our specifications. The one new substation that I just highlighted near 150th and Capehart Road for new load growth. And in addition to those 3 new substations, there's 8 other substations that we're going to be modifying in the region. Some of these modifications are quite extensive. You know, we have some rebuilds that are required. We have some expansions of certain substations. All of this to accommodate the new transmission lines, the increased capacity, and some of the other changes that are required just in the sequencing of the work that's going to be taking place for Power with Purpose. One additional highlight, you know, just because of the system configuration changes that are going to take place because of the new gas generation facilities, as well as any new generation facilities we bring online, they kind of change some of the system parameters, you know, that we use on the protection side of our system to make sure that protective relaying elements are properly coordinated. So this is just to highlight that with the additional changes to certain system parameters such as fault current, we're going to experience changes and modifications in over 30 other substations across our system just to make sure that we're properly aligning all the protective relaying elements and that we're properly protecting our system. On the transmission front, you know, there's 16 miles of new transmission. So that would include the roughly 10 miles or 12 miles or so of the Sarpy Southwest transmission project, but also you can see on the map on the right of this slide that's kind of showing some of the other new transmission infrastructure. In this case, the new lines that are supporting the Standing Bear Lake Station. In addition to those 16 miles of new line, we're also going to experience a rebuild or an uprate of another 22 miles across our transmission system. So, you know, these additional transmission upgrades that are required on the system are going to extend a little bit past the COD date of the new generation. So really it's a system load growth in addition to system generation that drives the need for these system upgrades. And so we'll be sequencing those in just as we can secure the outages and the timing with resources to get those lines built. But pretty extensive impact to the totality of the system. In future presentations, I'd like to come back with additional information showing more of this content on a map, but at this stage, we're a little bit ahead of the outreach that's going to be required for those transmission lines. So we want to be sensitive about some of the information that we share, but definitely plan on bringing more information forward with additional photos showing the construction along the way, along with the maps to show where the additional work's taking place across our system. And that pretty much concludes my remarks. So I'll just open it up to any questions anybody may have.
Hey, Danny, is there a location yet for a new substation near Standing Bear Lake for that project?
Yes, thank you, Director Kavanaugh. So we have a new substation associated with each of the 2 gas generation facilities. So that Standing Bear and Turtle Creek will both have a substation that's pretty much built within the same complex as the site themselves. So like in this map that's shown on this drawing or on this slide, underneath that Standing Bear Lake Station label is actually the power block or the gas generation facility itself and the new substation as well. So yes, it's a new substation required to be able to integrate that into that new facility.
Okay, but at the same location. Okay, thank you.
It's in the same location. Yep.
Board members, do you have any other questions? I'm seeing a lot of heads shaking no. Thank you very much, Danny.
Thank you very much.
All right. That is the last item on our agenda. We will be meeting on Thursday via WebEx at 5 p.m. Thank you very much.